Let's go! 2023 NFL Draft Day Special. RPO SportsTalk, man. We're here live. Joe B. Are we excited or what?
I mean, if my team was in the top four, I'd be more excited. But I think the fact that we have four quarterbacks that could go 1 through 4, and honestly, when's the last time something like that happened? I think that's what makes this draft exciting. And for me, I'm still really interested in that third pick because you have two AFC South teams, and the Texans picking at 2 and the Colts picking at 4. So I'm really strongly believing that the Tennessee Titans are probably going to make a move up to 3. And that was something we talked about last week. And all of a sudden today, Todd McShay, Mel Kiper, that's their prediction that Tennessee is moving up to 3. So I'd be curious to see if that's actually going to happen or not. I had a strong feeling it would. Just kind of curious to see what pieces are going to be involved because if they do make that jump, it's probably for Anthony Richardson. I think we both agree on that.
Oh, yeah. Do you really see them taking Will Levis?
Unless C.J. Stroud is there, I don't know because they may move up to 3 just on the simple fact that they really think the Texans are gonna go ahead and take Will Anderson instead of Stroud. I think they might wait to move up after the Texans pick. When the Cardinals are on the clock, I think that might be when they make that phone call and they make that trade happen, depending on what the Texans do. Because, again, the Titans are at 11. The Texans are at 12. So the Titans may not have to move all the way up to 3 to get their guy. They could just maybe call the Bears. Hey, we want 9. Do you want 11? Bears get more draft capital, whatever it might be. But I think it'll be really interesting to see what happens in that third spot because the Cardinals, they're more than one piece away. They've got a quarterback, so they don't need to be in the top 4. They could certainly move out, get more draft capital. Maybe package Hopkins in or something like that. To dump him off. And
Hopkins is getting a lot of buzz right now, man. It's looking like a 3rd-round pick in exchange for him. That's the asking price during the draft.
It could be pairing up DeAndre Hopkins with whoever gets one of their rookie quarterbacks. I don't know. It might be nice to have a veteran receiver on the roster, but I don't know. I'm excited to see how this shapes out, and I've never done a mock draft before, so I'm really interested to see how well both of us put together a mock draft and to the actual. So we'll see.
100%. 100%.
We'll see how it goes.
How about this ticker? Do you see this right here? Fitting for that jersey you're rocking.
He is shit quarterback in NFL. Cavemen speaking. I think ESPN's really hyping this dude up. I saw something about I know we're kind of getting off topic of the draft here, which is beginning in under 4 minutes. I think ESPN's really hyping this dude up. I saw something where he's a top 3 or 4 quarterback in the NFC.
I don't know. You want to know the crazy part? Is he the top quarterback in the NFC North?
See that you could make an argument for that. Jordan.
And then where do you stop? Do you think he's got a shot at being one of the top dogs in the NFC then? Exactly. As much as I hate it,
but at the end of the day, though, I hate how much people discredit Kirk Cousins. He's not I don't think you're going to win a Super Bowl with Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
But my man Lamar Jackson just got paid bank today. Over the past 2 or 3 seasons, Kirk Cousins' stats are actually better than Lamar Jackson. Not many people are going to talk about that one, but I think Kirk Cousins is extremely underrated. So I don't know. I don't know if I'd put Justin Fields over him just yet. But Jared Goff's coming along well too. Heck, they almost made the playoffs. He almost took a team that hasn't been in the playoffs in forever back to the playoffs. So there's still a lot of talent in the NFC.
100%.
As far as it comes for quarterback. But flipping to the AFC side, that's where damage really needs to be done. I mean, look at all these teams. You have to have a quarterback in the AFC to even have a shot to go to the Super Bowl. You got to beat Joe Burrow. You got to beat Patrick Mahomes. You got to beat, Justin
Monsters.
Herbert. I mean, the list goes on. Josh Allen. It keeps going. So
it's crazy how, early
Trevor
2000
Lawrence.
football, really that heavy defensive era where we had several, teams stack their defenses to go out and win Super Bowls. Now we're seeing teams just say, fuck it, we got to play against that guy. What's the point of playing defense? We got to get a guy that can score just as much as him. We got to invest double into the offense. Fuck these cornerbacks.
I agree.
Right? It's wild, man. 2 minutes until the draft. What's your prediction here? Number one.
Well, if Carolina holds on to it, and I don't think they'll trade back. They'd look like the biggest boneheads in the world if they traded back.
Oh, you can't.
But
you can't.
If they're still at one when it's Bryce Young. I mean, you don't trade up to number one there's rumors about Richardson and Lev. Like, dude, you don't trade up to one to get those guys. You could have got those guys where you were picking. Potentially.
Did you follow the Vegas odds this week on Levis?
Some stupid Reddit post drove that one through the roof. I saw.
Yeah. I mean, he jumped from like plus 2,000.
It was like plus 3,000 to like plus 400.
Yeah,
it's insane.
Is he the favorite
to go number one?
Yeah,
I think I sent you something yesterday where he's the favorite to go number two or to be the second quarterback taken. I think it was the second quarterback taken.
Let's take a look here.
For some reason, C.J. Stroud's fallen, and I was watching a little bit of ESPN this morning while I was doing some work, and Dan Orlovsky was talking about it. He's like, you got to check the film before and after snaps, and then he brought up the fact that they didn't that he hasn't really won the big game. And I mean it's true. Big difference, and we talked about last week between Bryce Young and Stroud is Young's got the big game wins.
He's done it in the clutch. He's played at the highest level. He won the goddamn Heisman, for God's sake. I mean, Are we forgetting that he absolutely dominated college football? Let's put it this way: if Bryce Young, give him 3 inches, are we talking to him with the likes of Joe Burrow and Trevor Lawrence and all these huge prospects, Andrew Luck? I mean, he's literally a generational prospect if he comes out 3 inches taller. That's his only knock. It's height, and it's his frame.
Well, yeah, and Jesse just put something in the chat that the Bears traded up in 2017. You definitely don't trade up for those guys. I mean,
100%.
You could have gotten that guy where you were probably at, or maybe move up a couple spots. But we moved up back in 2017, and we passed up on a guy that won a natty title. Yeah, I mean, looking at it now, it's probably good we didn't pick Deshaun Watson. But
listen, don't get me going on that fucking pick.
Patty Mahomes.
It's too early. I've had like one beer. Don't get me going on that pick.
No, I know.
Don't tell me you drafted the second best quarterback in the ACC. What? My God.
The Bears they do it again. They have that history of just taking the wrong guy. Don't even get me started on probably one of the biggest busts at wide receiver in NFL history. Mr. White himself. God.
I'll tell you what, man.
Bears fans forgot about him.
I'll tell you what. I got a lot of shares of like a late first round draft pick in Dynasty Fantasy Football. And I'm just like, man, Quentin Johnston. What is he? Is he Kevin White or is he Megatron? What am I getting with this guy? Yeah. What am I getting? Scares the shit out of me. Breaking news: the Cardinals are working on trading wide receiver DeAndre Hopkins and the 3rd overall pick to the Titans for the 11th. Oh boy, I think we saw this coming from a mile away.
Dude, it's crazy that we talked about this last week. Nobody in the media was talking about it. There's no traction about this, and we're like, this is a strong possibility that we think. We allowed one trade or something like that in our mock draft, and that was the trade. We're like, this is probably gonna happen. Now, I mentioned maybe Derrick Henry would be involved or whatever, just if they were gonna blow it up or whatever.
So here's the thing.
Who
Now
knows?
touching on that, what are they giving up to get to 3 and get D-Hop? What are they giving up? Cardinals trade is great for the Bears. Shout out moms. Look at my mom's pulling up. I love it. Cardinals trade is great for the Bears. I agree.
Well, it gets another quarterback off the board, right?
100%.
If they swap, that puts a team that might not take a quarterback in the Cardinals at 11, and we're sitting at 9. Maybe, who knows? Maybe the Texans again, they call the trade up from 12 to 9. If all of a sudden there's only one quarterback left, if it's Levis or if it's Richardson that's just sitting there, man, they're going to get desperate. They're going to give up a lot just to move up 2 spots, get more draft. I think that's Pole's goal at the end of the day, is to just continue to stockpile picks, right?
Yeah.
Whether it's for this year or for next year. You got to remember, Justin Fields is still so young. He gets a lot of hate, but the Bears are pretty young for the most part. At least, our core, and we made a pretty big splash in free agency. They're committed to winning.
Yeah. They're all in.
I think it shakes it up that the Titans trading up. And again, we talked about it last week. It makes perfect sense. They fit right in there between 2 division rivals, and the Texans and Colts picking at 2 and 4. Like, you got to compete with those guys. Jacksonville has Trevor Lawrence. The Texans they're quarterback shopping. They may or may not take one at 2. Who knows? But you know what? If the Titans do trade up and that's official, that might put pressure on the Texans to take someone at 2. They may have to pull the trigger and take Stroud at 2. They can't.
I think you gotta.
So it does. It puts a lot of pressure on the Texans and the Colts as well. Maybe that's something they should have done a while ago.
For some reason, I'm thinking the Colts always wanted Levis at 4. You know what I'm saying?
They'll be happy, man, with whoever they get at 4.
Listen, to keep it a buck, we're just a couple of jabronis. We're not actually football scouts and in tune with what's being said. We're analyzing from the outside looking in based off needs, draft order, position, current assets, cap stipulation, stuff like that. These guys know what's going down months in advance. That's why you're seeing guys move so quickly off free agency and what have you, and they make specific moves. I think the Colts already knew a trade was in place. Someone's going to move up to 3. Yeah. It's pretty obvious with Kyler Murray. They just gave him the bag, the absolute bag, to be their guy long term. So I think they like Levis. I do. I don't think they're opposed. He just threw in their stadium, and it looked good for Pro Day. Or not for Pro Day, for his combine.
It's not a bad pick because at the end of the day, they're in the same position as 2 of the other, 3 teams in that division. The AFC South is going to be the Jacksonville Jaguars division for the next, 3-4 years potentially.
Mm-hmm.
Colts are a long way away. Texans are a long way away. Titans, the Titans have a decent team, but they're still probably a long way away. From really running that division, because you and I talked last week about the AFC South. You have to win that division to make the playoffs.
You gotta.
There's really no wild card in the discussion. No, and you've got teams like out in the AFC West where you got the Chiefs, you got the Chargers.
Way too competitive.
Both those teams are gonna make the playoffs. They're always gonna make the playoffs. Look at the AFC East now. You got the Bills. You got the Jets. You got the Dolphins. Bill Belichick's still the Patriots. There's 4 potential playoff teams in that one division. So you have to win that division. And I think I don't know if it's your
Fucking,
dad. I don't know if it's your dad or your mom in your commenting,
that's
but
it. That's it right there.
But definitely tanking for Williams. I could see that, right? Like,
Oh,
hey, maybe Bryce Young was our guy, but he's not going to be there for us, and we don't like the other three guys. That's okay. That's okay. Let's go get the best available players, and then we'll go get our guy next year. If we got to trade up to go get him, it is what it is.
So many holes on that roster. Oh. It's like, listen, obviously it's been said a million times. Yeah, you need the quarterback position to win in the NFL, of course. But listen, even if they had the guy, they're still 25 holes away from competing. So it doesn't matter. You're going to be in the same spot next year. It is what it is. Yeah. And absolutely, Caleb Williams. Come on, all day over number 2 quarterback out of this draft.
Yeah, and timing is always a factor as well, making sure everything meshes. So you don't just take a guy to take a guy.
They're going to bring in a new head coach this year, right? They're going to bring in a new head coach. The GM's going to tell them, listen, we know where the fuck we're at, okay? Just do your thing. Not saying tank, but listen, don't pull a fucking Lovie Smith. Don't you dare pull. You pull a Lovie Smith, motherfucker.
I was about to say, Lovie Smith, man, he is the reason there's a lot of drama right now. Like, if the Texans would have just had the number 1 pick, man, we wouldn't be talking about a lot of all this. Like, it's pretty set in stone. Like, they take Bryce Young, right? The Panthers are probably good with C.J. Stroud. I mean, again, thanks Lovie. He did us a solid before he got.
They got to build his ass a statue out in front of the new Soldier Field, huh?
If we win a Super Bowl because of this draft, absolutely.
Who the fuck is Heidi Gardner? Why is she on my screen right now? What's going on with this?
I don't know. I'm watching Patrick.
Is she that actor?
Super Bowl trophy.
Or is she Saturday Night Live? Is that girl?
No.
Yeah. Man, this is a wild draft. Best draft we've seen in how many years? To me, it's the best we've seen since RG3 Andrew Luck.
Going like, too,
yeah, knowing that you have such a high prize position coming off the board within the top 5, 2 guys for sure. I mean, God, this is an NFL fan's dream, man. Might have 4 guys back to back to back to back. Wild.
Yeah, no, there's definitely a possibility. Very interested. It's crazy. It's already here. It's like there's been so much buildup around. I don't think I've ever seen so much buildup around a draft. We've been talking about it for like, not us, but just sports world in general. It's like 2+ months now. Like, all they can talk about is the NFL draft. Who's going where? What, C.J. Stroud was at the top of a lot of people's boards for a while there, and then flipped to Bryce Young, and Anthony Richardson emerged out of nowhere.
My God, did he just win him some money? Listen, most GMs are saying, no, we're not taking a shot on Richardson. There's not enough there. He's a huge project.
The Panthers are on the clock, man.
Yeah, you might want to turn off your phone because I already got some intel here. And
I'm shout it out.
I don't want to say it. It's looking like Bryce Young, though. It is. It's looking like Bryce Young.
Are you on Twitter?
I got to get the fuck off Twitter.
Get off Twitter.
I got to get off Twitter.
You were doing this shit in the NBA draft, man, when Woj and what's the other guy's name? They were
those two going back and forth, those psychos.
I think his name's Sham or something like that. Man, did we rob the Panthers in that?
Are you a Shams guy or are you a Woj guy? It's like Walmart versus Target.
Dude,
talk about Shams. Hey, listen to this. Shams out of nowhere, he goes, fuck it, I want to be like Woj. Let me just copy what he does. All he does is retweet what he does. It's the same as Schefter and Rappaport. They do the same shit in the NFL. What a career.
That 2-month stretch of the year where Mel Kiper Jr. is relevant. I don't think you hear him anymore.
Yeah, I know. Woj gets 1 day, bro. Woj. Woj bomb 1 day. That's it. He works 1 day a year. Hell of a job. So thoughts on this Bears trade, real quick. We got some time here. You said we absolutely finessed them. I mean, you're wearing the Justin Fields jersey.
I don't have the details in front of me anymore. But what do we got? Obviously, we pick swapped. We got their first rounder next year. We got their second rounder next year as well, or was it the year after that?
This year, I believe.
This year, and then DJ Moore. I mean, dude, talk about a weapon for Fields. I mean, we needed. I don't want to say we needed immediate help at the receiver position, but it definitely it fills a void, and it makes it a lot easier for who we need at the end of the day in this draft. And if Jalen Carter falls to us, we have to take him. I don't see how we can't. But
interesting.
The smart thing to do is to just go offensive tackle.
Yeah, I mean, if he falls to you, you have such a need there. I don't care. I don't care. You have to take him.
Sorry, dogs just scared me.
Hey, you're good, brother. You're good. Yeah, you got to take best available. Again, the Bears, as much as there's all this hype around huge free agent acquisitions, and you got the quarterback, and you got DJ Moore, great. This team was dreadful last year. We're drafting near the top for a reason. A lot of holes, and they didn't help the defensive line. A team that literally led the league, or was last place in the NFL in quarterback hurries and sacks. In modern day football, you need playmakers. You need guys that can rush the edge. You need guys that can stop the run. My God, I don't know about you. I can't watch the run game against the Bears. Just 8-10 yard gashers on first down. It's horrible. So yeah, take them. Sure. Could you use a tackle? Absolutely. You got a lot of holes. Pick best available. If you could somehow finagle the number one guy on your board to fall in 9, because a lot of quarterbacks are flying off the shelf and stuff, fantastic.
Yeah.
I think something that slept on would be that first round next year. Listen, the Carolina Panthers, they're in the same realm. A really bad roster. You're going to have a rookie quarterback. Yeah, there's a lot of resume for that quarterback, but
does the Miles Sanders signing confuse you a little bit? Like you're not even a team that's competing, and you're going out and you're spending insane amount of money on a running back. I mean, that division is up in the air, right? Like that's probably what that might be the worst division in football right now.
Oh, now for sure. The Bucks. I mean, my God.
Bucks, Falcons.
You got guys that are requesting to get traded now. I mean, it's bad. Yeah. It's really bad. I would say something that people don't talk about is you have to spend money in the NFL year in and year out. You have to spend a portion of your cap. You can't just sit on it, wait till that next class comes out and go crazy. You need a safety net for that quarterback. You want to see them develop. You want to see them move the chains, have an effective ground game. You're all in on C.J. Stroud. Listen, you just gave up your number one playmaker on offense and a ton of assets to move up 8 spots. Okay, you're all in. Make the best of it. This is a once-in-a-generation move where you move up to 1 to get a guy that you're obviously enamored about. I'm okay with it. He's a young running back. He's got a little life in those legs. Yeah. Sure. Do I want him to see him spend at left tackle, something like that? Of course. But there's only a couple of those guys hitting the market a year.
Yeah. And I mean, I guess it makes sense, right? He came from that kind of RPO, read option style offense in Philadelphia. I mean, if they're going to go get Bryce Young, they're probably going to run a lot of that too.
Yeah. So. Yeah. I mean, make it a great supporting cast around him. Try to make this thing as successful as possible year one and help kickstart his growth. Otherwise, I mean, you throw him in a shitty situation, this can go downhill real fast. We've seen it happen with a lot of quarterbacks in bad situations.
I am so surprised that the pick is still not in.
Yeah, I mean,
3:30 to go. I mean, they're gonna get one in, but I'm just
they're
again,
building it up. They're building it up.
like
You got to sell tickets, Joe. Marketing.
I said this when they traded up. Like, why did it just reset picks in? I was gonna say it reset the 10. I was like, why did it just do that? I said this when they did it. Like they clearly knew who they wanted when they traded up. But then I kind of backtracked on that, and it's like, well, maybe they just needed more time. Like they need a little bit more time to break down film, and like this gives them the opportunity to really look deeper into both of them. Bring them in for interviews, get to know them a little bit better, right? Like they have that safety net, knowing that they have pulling well, get who they want. It's probably going to be Bryce Young. I don't see why it wouldn't. If it's anybody else, I'd be scratching my head. Just with all the build-up and hype around him. Everybody's saying he's going number one and everybody's bored. He's number one. He's number one. He's number one. It'd be crazy.
Who did we take in our mock? I know it's a combination of the both of us. So Bryce Young. You got to take Bryce Young.
All the cameras are on Bryce Young.
It's a wrap. It's a done deal. I can't open up Twitter. I can't. You know what goes on Twitter.
I'm just doing live reaction. These Panther fans are going crazy, man.
100%. Let's take a dive into that roster real quick. I got to see what we're dealing with because I know they made a bunch of acquisitions already. Adam Thielen, I believe, DJ Chark. I just want to make sure I'm on the.
We're on the clock already, huh? Oh, that's interesting, me. I don't even know if that's new. As soon as it picks in, the next team's on the clock. All right, here it is. Carolina Panthers. They took Bryce Young. Yeah.
Bryce Young.
He's flashy. He's flashy.
Look at this.
He gives that fan base hope, man.
Yeah.
He's just a flashy player.
Yeah, I don't mind their signings either. Like, you're going to have Bryce Young, Miles Sanders, and Chuba at your backs. Adam Thielen, DJ Chark, Terrence Marshall Jr., who's a young, nice little prospect there. Laviska Shenault, who they finagled in a trade with the Jags recently. A lot of young playmakers. Hayden Hurst is a sneaky signing there at tight end.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Not a bad little supporting cast. A lot of those pieces won't be around by the time that they're competing, but I will say not a bad environment for him to start his first year. So Bryce Young, we got Texans on the board here. This is very interesting. A lot of people say this is where the draft really starts.
It is.
Where do these guys go? Where do they go?
It just really depends on what they prioritize and how they view. I mean, for me, I think the next best available is C.J. Stroud. So it just really depends on how they evaluated him. If they felt like he's worth the number 2 pick in the NFL draft.
Absolutely.
It really is interesting. Like you said, this is kind of where it gets spicy.
Just curious, who do we have coming off the board here at 2?
We did take C.J. Stroud at 2.
Mm-hmm. And I'll tell you what, I think it's the right move. Will I knock him if they go Will Anderson? I'd be really pissed if they somewhat compete next year and they miss out on a top quarterback prospect. But, I think C.J. Stroud's a move. You got the potential to maybe grab a guy named JSN at that 12 spot. Talk about a nice little duo that you bring in week 1. That'll be interesting, man.
Yeah. And there's I mean, Caleb Williams might be their guy next year, but there's no guarantee you're going to be in that position.
There's no guarantee.
You might have a bunch of draft capital to give up to move up, but you never know. That number 1, whoever's sitting number 1 really could need it. Really could need a guy like Caleb Williams. So it's like, you're really risking a lot. This is a tough one. I mean, we took C.J. Stroud pretty easily
Mm-hmm.
a week ago, and now I'm a little indifferent about it. I am. A lot's changed in a week. I mean,
Well,
my thing was my only real knock against CJ Stroud, other than not winning the big game, is that he's from Ohio State,
mm-hmm.
and like they don't really produce good NFL quarterbacks. They just don't.
Mm-hmm.
Wait
Wait a minute. Can you stand
I'm
up?
wearing one.
Just
I
briefly.
know.
Just briefly. What number are you wearing? What number are you wearing? Okay.
This man went to Ohio State. I know.
Hey, but he's a loyal fan. Cut him some slack.
He could potentially be the greatest quarterback to ever come out of Ohio State.
Very well.
Yeah. But I mean, he still has a long way to go.
Absolutely.
Last year, he was a running back at the quarterback position. Hopefully, he can throw the ball this year. But
do you value?
Picks in.
Is it really?
Picks in. It says. I'll tell you like when Rodgers.
Is it really? I think I might be a second behind it, but all that noise this week about CJ Stroud, he flunked the cognitive test. He flunked it. What do you make of that? Is it bullshit? Listen, I understand the kind of test that it is, but some guys just don't give a shit. Some guys just don't give a shit. Some kids don't give a shit.
If the Texans value it, though, I mean, that's big from that. That could be why all of a sudden now there's talk of them taking, Anderson at 2.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Well, also that Manning camp stuff came out. Did you hear about that?
Yeah, they didn't attend the Manning camp and all that. Like, who cares? Who cares? That's all I'm going to say. Who cares? Didn't attend the Manning camp. Somebody was saying, "Oh, if you attend the Manning camp and you do well, that's a good thing on your report card. You have the Manning's approval." Okay.
I don't think Peyton Manning
they're not
helped
GMs
play quarterback at Ohio State last year.
Peyton Manning ain't, making any major decisions at any major NFL franchises. So
100%.
I could give two shits.
This will be interesting here. This 2 spot.
The Cardinals are on the clock.
Oh.
So I think it just goes straight into it.
I got you.
I did see highlights of the
man. You got
game.
like what? It's already. You've already seen the selection.
No. Just you put something in the comments about Manning's.
I was gonna say. But you said the Cardinals on the clock.
Yes, in the background it shows that they're on the clock.
I got you.
I think once the pick is in, they might
notify
everybody.
In Kansas City?
Yes, on the back screen.
Gotcha.
It says that the Cardinals are on the clock, even though it just says the pick's in. So,
what do you think of that turnout there? I don't know. Is it? Would you expect something bigger?
Hold on, here it comes.
Oh, okay. We're synced up. We're synced up here.
I have mine muted, so I'm just waiting
for
the thing to pop up.
So do I.
CJ Stroud. They took CJ Stroud.
Okay.
So we're 2 for 2.
Okay, CJ Stroud.
So I guess the cognitive test doesn't matter. He just went number 2.
Listen, they don't care.
That desperately needed a quarterback.
You fell in a great spot. In any given year, if Bryce Young isn't in this draft, where does CJ Stroud go? He goes number 1. Okay, he goes number 1. So you had to make it happen. You're getting a what would be a generational prospect, right? A first overall pick type of guy in your facility. So I'd be excited if I'm a Texans fan, man.
R.I.P. Davis Mills' career.
Oh man, I just drafted him in a dynasty league. I was hoping, I was like, maybe I can get one more year. Because listen, I don't mind Davis Mills' skill set. I think on a great team he could flourish. It'll be interesting to see what they do with him. They just let him back up. I mean, he looked well. He looked pretty well at times. Like, he played well. So yeah, Texans. How bad of a roster are we dealing with here? How bad of a roster?
It needs a lot of help.
I mean, I know they made some acquisitions again. They picked up Devin Singletary to go play backup running back. Bobby Trees is going to be out wide with Nico Collins, who had a nice little second season there. Noah Brown from the Cowboys, he produced at a okay rate. Amari Rogers, they've had him. John Mechie, he's coming back from leukemia. It's going to be a tough season, boys. I'll be honest. It's going to be a really tough season. This O-line outside of Tunsil looks horrible.
I think
Shaq Mason is 40.
I think the big thing for the Texans this year is to keep this guy's head on his shoulders because, dude, he's going to have a terrible, terrible rookie year. I mean, he's going from having one of the best receiving cores in college football, dude. Like, this guy had elite receivers to just
animals.
So, I mean, yeah, they're professionals at the end of the day.
To give you perspective, listen.
It's going to be a brutal, brutal year for him.
That Ohio State wide receiver core is leaps and bounds better than the one he's inheriting in Houston. So, it'll be a pretty tough transition.
We can agree.
It'll be a tough transition. Granted, listen, they're all NFL players, but you've got a bunch of round 1, round 2 guys coming out of Ohio State. It'll just be interesting to see, can he make enough plays with those legs? You got a nice left tackle, but he's going to be running with his hair on fire for most of the time. Can he make enough plays and stay healthy?
Still on the clock, huh?
What kind of calls are we getting? So this was that noise about DeAndre Hopkins. Could we see some movement? It didn't sound like it was coming to fruition. Like there was a lot of financial bending that needed to happen to make it work. I don't know if they can get it done here.
Even if they don't, there's other.
You just look for assets and move back.
There's other teams they could move up with.
Mm-hmm.
But I always thought the Cardinals were probably the most likely one of the bunch.
Yeah.
So
you're saying the Titans? You're saying the Titans?
Yeah, for like a partner to move up with. I think we both agree that the Cardinals and the Titans swap was probably the most likely out of any other ones. Yep. Outside of that, I mean, again, if Levis or Richardson, because now we only have 2 quarterbacks left. Well, I shouldn't say only 2, but the 2 of the top 4, right? I'd say if Anthony Richardson or Levis is gone by the time they're picking, I think they're trading up. They're looking at whoever. They're going to look at the board. The interesting thing is the Seahawks, man. They are such a wild card with what they're going to do. Like,
what do they do?
Because the Colts are going to take a quarterback at 4. So if they don't trade up with Arizona, they're probably going to lose out on a quarterback. It's one of the top 4. The Seahawks may or may not. It's interesting.
Jesse says they are picking 3. They got 1 and 3.
Houston traded back up. They're picking 3. Got 1 and 3. What?
Oh,
you mean 2 and 3?
What's Jesse Rappaport? Is he Shefty?
Traded. I'm confused on the wording because it says they got 1 and 3.
Wow, if they were able to finagle that 12 and bump up to 3, that'd be something. Man, do you get Will Anderson here as well?
Yeah, I was super confused because they picked 2.
They picked 2. They picked 2. Never mind. How's it?
A little Shefty, huh?
Shefty gone bad.
Look at Nick's at the draft.
Cool it on the beers there, guy.
Look at this.
Saban's looking fresh, but man, is he tan as a mud. He looks like a Leatherman.
Cardinals traded the pick to the Texans.
Whoa.
So the Cardinals are going to be picking 12 then, huh? That's big. The Texans just snaked the 3rd pick from the Titans. But, I mean, it's not the end of the world for them.
Wow, that is interesting.
I wonder what they gave up.
That is interesting. Yeah, I'd love to get the details here. I want to pull them up. I want to pull them up. I gotta see. I'll look them up.
That is crazy. So they're gonna go get. They're gonna go get Anderson. That makes sense, right?
I think they liked him a lot. I just wonder what they gave up.
Wow. Yeah. If it's your guy, though, it's your guy. You give up a lot. Just don't do what the Bears did. Don't go trade for Khalil Mack.
No compensation news yet from the big guys. No compensation news yet. Yeah, man. This is a hell of a move. You're going to get 2 big-time additions to your squad. If you can get 1 on O, 1 on D.
Well, their day is done after this. I mean, they're probably going to walk away the winners of the draft.
Wow.
Picking 2 and 3.
What a move. The pick is in. Got to have your guy named, right?
Huh?
Got to have your guy named already. I mean,
yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah, the Cardinals made a smart choice. I'm sure they shopped it around, sent out to the highest bidder. It's got to be Will Anderson.
Let's see.
It wouldn't make sense to move up for anybody else. Yep.
Will Anderson. Wow. Okay. All right.
3 picks in, and they look like the winners of the draft right now.
Hell of a draft. My God. Like we said, man, you technically got the number 1 overall pick in any other year. CJ Stroud will be a number 1 overall pick. And you also got a fantastic pass rusher in Will Anderson. I love it. I got to know this compensation, though. What did you give up? What assets? Did you give up a first next year? Oof. What do we got? What do we got here? All right, I got the compensation. You ready?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Texans trade 12, 33. So just outside the first round.
Yikes.
A first next year. And a third next year. Holy smokes.
Is there any? Is anything conditional, or is it just?
I don't have those in-depth details. I mean, yeah, you moved up to 3, but my God, you essentially gave up 3 first-round picks.
When did they pick next? They don't pick till the 3rd round now of this draft.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, this is a team that needs a lot too, man. I mean,
oh God.
Let's hope that this isn't another Clowney situation for them, man, because that one.
I mean, we've seen a lot of situations. A Mario Williams situation. Like, you could have traded back and collected a ton of assets.
Wow. I mean, is he that far ahead of the next best one to move up that far and give up that much draft capital? That's crazy.
Knowing where they're going to be at next season, let's keep it a buck. That first round pick next year is I don't care. No matter what, I'd put my house on it. It's going to fall in the top 10. No matter what.
Yeah.
Okay? Probably likely that it falls in the top 5. Right?
Could be. Like we just said, CJ Stroud probably have a pretty rough year.
There might be a chance that it becomes number 1, number 2, number 3. So you essentially give up 3 first-round picks because that 33.
It's close enough. I mean,
it's damn close enough. Okay. That's a lot of assets to move for a DN. Listen, it's a premier position. You're gonna pay to get that kind of guy. But they're all in, man. They're all in. Only in the NFL do you see this kind of stuff. Only in the NFL. Colts are on the board. Colts are on the board. We got 5 minutes here.
Well, I think this is a dream scenario for the Colts.
What do you think? Who did we have here? I mean, obviously, we still had Will Anderson, right?
No. We had the Titans trading up,
Trading up.
Richardson. So, I guarantee you that they were. I mean, you mentioned it. They reached out, and I bet you the Texans were probably also in conversations with the Cardinals for that pick.
Mm-hmm.
And be honest, the Cardinals, they don't give a shit. They're not in the same division. They probably told hey, this is what the Cardinals are offering. What
they
can
don't
you do?
care.
Or not the Cardinals. This is what the Titans are offering. What can you do?
Listen, the Cardinals.
This is what the Texans are offering. What can you do? Right? I mean,
the Cardinals are in an excellent spot. I'm not calling it a rebuild. This would be a nice little rebound.
Yeah.
You're gonna have a lot of assets moving forward. I'm not saying Kyler Murray is a top 5 quarterback in the NFL, but I love having a young quarterback. You know that can make it happen. They've got some nice young pieces. We saw some promise in Marquise Brown this past year as a number 1. Man, hell of a trade both ways.
I'm curious if Hopkins is going to get moved tonight. He was a big conversation piece for today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with a lot of buzz around the Ravens.
That trade was it was picks for picks. There was no players involved.
Just picks.
Colts pick is in. This
and
one's going to be
them.
interesting. I'm going to be honest. If I'm the Colts, if you're the Colts, I know we had Anthony Richardson going 3 to the Titans and then Levis going 4 to the Colts. If you're the Colts, I think you take Richardson, man. You're not in a position to compete right now. Get the guy with a higher ceiling. Get the right people around him and hope to God he hits that ceiling.
I don't know, man. Irsay, he looks stunned.
He looks like he got hit with a stunner.
Christ.
That guy's looking at the monitor in the right corner and the one all the way over to the left.
Wow. Pandemonium, man. Early.
Oh, boy.
Early. How we doing?
Who do they take? Who do these sons of bitches take?
Yeah, I'm curious to see here. You're looking like, do you take the ceiling guy? I think they always wanted Levis, though. I think they always wanted Levis.
They did too, but man, they had a choice to make. They took Richardson.
Wow.
They took the ceiling, man. They took the guy with the higher ceiling.
Very interesting.
You get the guy that's got the athleticism. He's got it. He's got everything. Mold him. Just take your time to do it.
But here's the thing.
I think Levis is he's too plain.
Here's the thing. Listen, Joe. He's got to play early, bro.
No, I get that.
He's got to play early.
Yeah.
Sam Ellinger?
Hey, guess what?
Oh, God.
He plays in the second worst division in football.
Oh, Christ.
He's going to be playing some pretty shit teams.
I will tell you this, though. In terms of landing spot, great spot. The Colts have a fantastic offensive line, a great run game, and a solid-ass defense. You're going to milk a lot of time and not be on the field a whole lot. So that slow progression might help in his favor.
They still have 3 quarterbacks on their roster, the Colts, right? They still have Matty Ice, right?
I was just going to pull it up.
And they have Gardner Minshew. I believe they have Gardner Minshew.
They do.
So now one of those guys.
Minshew Mania is going to start. Minshew Mania is going to start. But it's going to be a short leash, obviously.
So, you know
maybe 5 weeks, 6 weeks.
I'm glad that quarterbacks didn't go 1, 2, 3, 4 because this leaves Seattle in a tough position.
I love this. Yeah, I love this.
Do we stick with Geno, or do we go get a quarterback? Right? What do we do? Do we go get Geno help? Do we go make a run? It's Pete Carroll, dude. He doesn't want to rebuild. This guy wants to just win. That's all he wants to do. He doesn't want to be a part of a rebuild. So this will be very interesting, man.
A 9-8 football team last year, mind you.
Yeah.
With a lot of young pieces coming back to play and
they almost won the playoff game.
Hey, I agree. It didn't look bad.
Yeah.
So if you can add,
and they pick what do they pick? They pick 15 or 17 or something like that too.
Let me pull it up.
First round, they have 2 picks in the first round. So if they're not sure, they could trade back too. They could get more draft capital if they want to.
Wow. Very interesting position here for the Seahawks.
Yeah.
Do you plan for the future, or do you make the leap and go grab a guy who, in some mocks, is the best talent on the board, Jalen Carter, and add to an already stellar, defensive group under Pete Carroll? They're going to play that cover 3, bend, don't break, and let him go. This will be interesting here. I don't know. They just said his comp, Richardson, Donovan McNabb.
Yep.
Very interesting. Obviously not the same college
I think a lot more
pedigree
than Donovan McNabb, I would say.
Yeah. I mean, he's second in terms of combine history at the quarterback position behind like a Cam Newton.
I think Colts fans
the upside.
Happy,
it's the upside, man.
Yeah, you take the guy with the ceiling. You're not in a position to really run.
Go sell some tickets, huh? Ursay goes, I gotta make some money here.
And again, I think Levis is just too plain. You go get the guy, the flashy guy. Is the pick in?
It is not yet.
Wow. That Texans pick threw everybody for a loop. Interesting.
Man, I still have issues with that, what they gave up, but
a whole lot. Essentially 3 firsts. A whole lot. It really is 3 firsts, because when you combine, because they also got a third. When you combine 33 with that third, listen, you're jumping a couple spots. You're in the first round. It's 3 first-round picks.
Picking some good players at 33, man.
Oh, 100%. But, yeah, the value was 3 firsts to move up. What was that? 9 spots. Oof.
The fact that the pick's not in yet, one of 2 things. They're going back and forth. They're flip-flopping. They didn't think they'd get in the situation.
I don't think anybody thought Houston.
They're looking to trade back.
I think a lot of teams around the league thought Houston would trade up. I don't think they thought they'd trade up to 3.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. They gave up everything. What did it cost? Everything.
Jeez. Are the Bears picking yet? I just can't wait to see them fuck this one up.
We're not there yet. We're talking Seahawks right now. I like the roster they put together.
Dude, watch the Bears go tight end. Oh, man.
No, we're not seeing. I mean, this will be interesting. Which tight end do you think comes off the board first? Is it Mayer or is it Kincaid? Do you like the guy that can do them both, or do you like the possession receiver?
Who did we have? We had. I think the Cowboys was the first one. Tight end. I'm looking through it right now.
Pick is in. The pick is in.
I think we had Mayer.
Yeah,
off the board
I think
first.
so.
I think.
I think so as well.
This whole thing's not, I gotta skip through the video to find it.
The pick is in. Oh boy.
Does Jalen Carter slip to Detroit like we thought? Oh boy. Who did we have going here?
We had Will. We had Will Anderson.
Will Anderson.
We had Will Anderson going to the Seahawks.
Will Anderson.
Yeah, we had quarterbacks going 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
Will Anderson to the Seahawks, and then we had Jalen Carter flip into the Lions. Which, who knows what's going to happen at this point?
Would you be shocked to see Seattle trade back here?
There's a possibility, but I mean, picks in. So,
talking about a team that does an excellent job of drafting later rounds. Always finding those guys.
I think
third, fourth, and fifth.
I think the fact that they're picking, and like we both said, they made the playoffs last year. They're a good team. You know, Pete Carroll's a win now. He's not a rebuild guy. To me, they're probably not going to go Levis. They're probably going to take Jalen Carter or some other edge rusher, maybe Tyree Wilson. Who knows? But I don't at this point I don't think they're going to go quarterback if they're sitting here.
I don't think so either.
They could have traded back and got a little bit more draft capital. So they're probably going to go. My guess, it's probably Jalen Carter.
Yeah, that'd be a great pick.
At this point, it's Jalen Carter.
A great pick. Let's take a look. Pick is in. I'm surprised we haven't seen a beer bottle thrown at Goodell yet.
They took Devin
Witherspoon.
Oh.
Whoa.
Wow.
We just talked about this. A guy that might be the first cornerback to come up the board before Christian Gonzalez.
Yeah. It's crazy. A week ago, it was Gonzalez. And then I texted or called you earlier, and I was like, I can't believe they're talking about Witherspoon, like that he's the clear-cut favorite number one corner to go.
What's very interesting is they play a guy by the name of Tariq Woolen, right? Fantastic talent, very long, rangy, super athletic guy, and now you get like a true number one all-around cornerback pairing them up on that defense. Man, this is interesting. I'm kind of surprised they went here. Pete Carroll is a big character guy. Maybe he said, we can't take a chance on Jalen Carter.
Where does Levis fall to now?
I was just thinking the same thing.
God.
Just thinking the same thing.
This guy is about to have the worst draft night.
Oof.
Wow.
Who's on the clock now? Detroit?
The Raiders could take him, but
the Raiders might. The Raiders might.
You just signed Garoppolo.
Garoppolo is a bridge quarterback. Garoppolo is going to get you to the next guy.
He absolutely is. But that's a team that could be looking, to go after a guy like Williams next year. They're in a stacked division. They could easily lose a lot of games next year.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's interesting. And now the Lions,
they're
going to be extremely happy taking Jalen Carter.
Let me add this. They just showed an inside look of the Seahawks draft room. Like half-hearted clapping. I'm not sure if all those scouts really wanted that
excited
pick.
About that pick. No.
I will tell you this though. My comp for Devin Witherspoon. Go back and check the viz. We got receipts now. Go check out the YouTube video from last time on our mock draft. But my comp was Jalen Ramsey. Very similar player. Right? Can come down the hill, deliver the boom. He's going to get in your face, be real chirpy, but going to be sticky. Right? He's going to do an excellent job, be able to travel with their number one, And not a bad pick, but still surprising. It's still surprising. I would have thought for sure we would have seen Carter or the quarterback route.
Wow, man. Ooh, boy. How many years are left on that Geno contract? Is it just one?
Well, they just signed him to that extension, no? They just signed him. Let's see.
$40 million guarantee.
Yep. Yeah, and Geno's
2024. I think it's through 2020. No, wait, it's through 2025.
Yeah, a few years.
So they have him this year, next year, the year after that.
They're thinking win now. Obviously, if you sign Geno Smith to the extension, you're thinking win now. They stole a nice running back last year in Kenneth Walker. I like what they're doing. You get a second cornerback. Thinking about that division, you had a lot of speed and talent. Okay, we're prepping with a sombrero. But yeah, the Seahawks, they're thinking win now. They very well could win that division if things fall their way.
Yeah.
That is an interesting choice of headgear, man. What do we got there? Is that a sombrero or is that like a safari get-up? Like, what the fuck is that thing? Exactly.
No idea. It's called a FOCO. 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 It's like a lounging hat in the summertime.
Interesting. Very interesting. We're getting close here. We got Detroit on the clock. Thoughts on Detroit here coming up? We had Jalen Carter fall into this spot here. Do you still believe in that? Are you against it?
That's a team that needs help on the defensive side of the ball.
You pair him up with Aiden Hutchinson. My God.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about it last week where he's got off the field issues, but at the end of the day, he's going to be surrounded by some good dudes in the locker room too. So
yeah, I think Dan Campbell is an excellent coach for this situation. Yeah. If you listen to what players have to say about Dan Campbell, obviously we all saw Hard Knocks. We love the fucking guy. We love him. We love his attitude and what he brings to the table. But players love him. I think they bring him in. I don't think we see any issues. There isn't shit to do in Detroit. He'll be just fine there.
Yeah. Well, there's gang banging.
I'd hate to see this happen as a Bears fan, but it is what it is. It is what it is.
As you're ramping up, you see the Lions building a pretty solid squad.
Yeah. Mind you, they got a number one receiver that haven't really even played yet, Jameson Williams, who has a lot of promise. I'm a big believer in him.
The Lions traded with the Cardinals.
Wow.
Interesting.
Wow.
So now,
okay.
Now the Lions will be picking 12.
Okay, so Cardinals on the clock.
Interesting. I'm curious what they gave up to move up now. Maybe they used that Texans pick to that second rounder, or pick 33 or 34, whatever it is.
The pick is in. The pick is in.
We'll give you this pick and we'll swap the first rounders. I'd be happy with that if I were the Lions.
Yeah, I don't mind this because they really need D-line help. They need D-line help.
Carter?
I think this is Carter.
See, that's exactly what they did. They pick swapped and then they just gave him that 34 pick that they got from the Texans.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And they're going to get the guy they wanted. That was incredibly smart.
They need D-line. J.J. Watt just retired.
By the Cardinals.
It's been a horrible defense for some years now.
That was great. They might go away as the winners of the draft after that. Trading back.
I think you might see Tyree Wilson here. Tyree Wilson.
You think so?
Yeah. You might see Tyree or Jalen. I think you really need a pass rush.
This is really getting interesting because if Jalen Carter doesn't get taken here, I don't think the Raiders are going to take him. I don't think the Falcons are going to take him, which he could be on the board on the Bears.
Here we go.
Pick. They took Paris Johnson Jr.
Listen, I love Paris Johnson Jr. If that's your only trade on the table, okay, so be it. I think you could have moved back farther, though. I think you could have moved back farther. Yeah. Wow. That's a kick in the nuts for Bears fans.
Because I think if you no, it's not. Truthfully, I like Skronsky.
I think Bears go Skronsky no matter what. But
they do at this point, unless Jalen Carter's there. Unless if you know what, if Jalen Carter is there, they may trade back. Who knows?
I just love this kid's frame. Paris Johnson Jr. This is an excellent pick. This is an excellent pick.
Wow.
You've got your quarterback for the next 5 years, Kyler Murray. Go get you a bona fide talent at left tackle. 6'8", can move, nice mobility. I love it.
Wow, man.
I just don't know about getting him here. That's the only thing. Just getting him here. Because you had your pick of the litter, right? You already got your assets now. You can kind of wheel and deal. Mm-hmm. You only had to throw in an extra second, though, if I'm not mistaken.
It was pick 34, so it was that pick they got from the Texans. So it's kind of like a first rounder in a sense. I mean,
yeah.
That's a. I mean, the next team that needed an offensive tackle was the Bears at 9, right? Or it was a big concern for them. But hey, you got your guy. I mean, you got your guy. If you feel like it was worth it to you, it was worth it to you.
Raiders on the clock. Raiders on the clock. Who do we have going here?
Well, we had Christian Gonzalez going to the Raiders. Reason being is just how stacked that division is with quarterbacks. They're going to need help in the secondary.
I think Christian Gonzalez fits right where Raiders have always drafted. Super athletic prospects, a huge ceiling, but the potential to be a bust. I'm not going to lie to you. I think Christian Gonzalez is a great player. I would have rather have taken Devin Witherspoon as well. He falls to this spot here, but Will Levis is still on the board. Mm-hmm. Will Levis is still on the board. You've got a bridge quarterback in Garoppolo. You're kind of in football hell right now. You're talking about a 500 team or worse. I think you pull the trigger on a quarterback.
Yeah. Get your quarterback of the future. Start the rebuilding process. And you know what, too? He's going to learn.
Is it necessarily rebuilding? Like, let's be honest. If you draft Will Levis here, and you would have maybe drafted a cornerback.
He won't play.
No.
And it's a dream scenario, too, for him because he's going to learn from a guy that shadowed Tom Brady, learned from the GOAT, and he went and played in the Super Bowl himself. I mean, Garoppolo played very well for the Niners. He just couldn't make that next leap, you know? So, I mean,
Garoppolo's
it's not going to be a bad guy to
man.
learn from. So I could see Levis going here. And I don't think they ever thought that he'd fall this far.
I agree. I think knowing that we knew the Cardinals weren't going to draft at that 3 spot for the most part, it is surprising now, right? Hindsight is 2020. Looking at them drafting a tackle at 6? Yeah. So it would.
We had the first
that's crazy.
Tackle, we had the first tackle going off the board at 9.
You know, now he's made it past Seattle as well. Right. I think it's a done deal. You got to make the move. You got to make the move.
If he doesn't go here, man, he is going to fall.
No potential teams, right, coming up?
No, after that's the Falcons. They ain't taking them. Then the Bears and the Eagles.
Which is kind of interesting. You know, the Falcons, they're like, no, Desmond Ridder, we're going to give him a go. It's like, yeah, I know he was really solid in college. He was a great player in college.
But the Titans are still at 11 too. They could take Levis at 11, and you know what? They're probably gonna be pretty happy with that too. You know, hey, we sat here at 11. We didn't have to trade up. We got a quarterback.
I told you.
Right?
I really think they've been looking at him all last year, and they're ready to move on from Tannehill. I think that organization in general is moving forward.
Oh yeah,
and trying to rebuild things. You're just at that point. You never got it done. You never got it done with Derrick Henry playing out of his mind the past 3-4 seasons. You couldn't make it happen.
Made it to an AFC Championship game. That's the farthest, and they got destroyed, didn't they?
Yeah,
got destroyed.
Murdered. Pick is in for the Raiders here.
Yeah, I mean,
pick is in. Are you thinking Gonzalez? Are you thinking Levis?
I don't think they take Levis. I don't think they take Levis. I think they wait for a quarterback next year.
Really?
Next year or the year after that. I don't think they have a whole lot of high hopes. They signed a quarterback to stay relevant, put people in seats, keep the fan base happy. I don't know. I just don't see. I don't see why they would take a quarterback here. I mean, it makes. I guess it makes sense on paper, you know, like we're saying with Garoppolo not being their future guy, but just is Will Levis really that great? There's some great players still on the board, and if you don't believe in Will Levis that he's going to be the future of the franchise, you don't take him here.
I think Will Levis has, again, it's polar opposite. Great upside. He's complete bust on the wrong end.
If you really wanted a quarterback, dude, what I would do, honestly, is I would pick here, not a quarterback, trade up into the end of the first round, go get Hendon Hooker. Have him back up Garoppolo for a year or two.
I don't mind that.
That would be my prediction.
I don't mind that. Don't mind that one bit. Here we go. Keep your eyes on it. I'm going to get a ticker going here for us. Here he comes, Mr. Roger. Raji.
Tyree Wilson.
Woo! Pass rush.
Wow.
You pair him up with Max Crosby? That's tough. That is tough. A lot of people say that Tyree Wilson, he's right up there with that Nolan Smith as best athlete in this draft. He's a freak of an athlete. You're getting antsy here. We're nearing that point, Joe. We're nearing that point.
Boy, Jalen Carter, man. I mean, we had Wilson going to the Falcons. But do they just take Jalen Carter now? They go Christian Gonzalez.
It'll be really interesting. That's tough.
I think a lot of teams are looking at Will Levis and they're like,
the odds-on favorite for this spot here is Bijan Robinson, which to me isn't the right pick if you're the Falcons, knowing Jalen Carter is in this position for you right now. Again, a team with many, many, many holes. They are investing heavily into their defense. Go add this piece right here. Arguably the best defensive player in this draft.
He'll be instant impact too, and I think he'll have a great career.
Absolutely. I mean, his comps are Aaron
But
Donald.
if you're the Falcons, though, man, I mean, you got, like you said, you have a lot of holes to fill. You could trade back too.
Mm-hmm. Yep, you could. You could trade back. If you love Bijan that much, knowing how the running back landscape is in the NFL, could you trade back? Maybe 4 picks here and snag him and grab another asset? Are you really nervous the Bears are going to take Bijan Robinson? Come on.
Oh my God!
Now,
If anyone's suggesting,
listen, are you nervous that the Eagles are going to take Bijan Robinson?
No, I'm not nervous. Like we when we did our mock draft last week, we're like the Eagles are effing idiots. They're going to take a running back at 10, even though they probably could get him a little bit later. But it fills an immediate need. Him and Jalen Hurts is so young and so good, man.
It does.
Putting those two together, dude, that's going to be a career backfield, like just duo between Jalen Hurts and Bijan. That's going to be a great combo, man.
All right. All righty.
Oh. Interesting.
That it is. I got to take a leak. Be right back.
We saw Christian Gonzalez on the board, Jalen Carter, Skronsky, Bijan, Jackson Smith, Will Levis. There's still a lot of good football players on the board. All right, let's go see trade rumors.
Pick is in. Does Jalen Carter really fall this far? I didn't think he was going to fall out of the Bears at 9. I really didn't.
No.
I really didn't.
Sorry.
What's up?
I just saw something on Twitter. That's why I don't go on Twitter. Let's see. Wait, so Shams is also tweeting out about the NFL draft? Tell this guy to get a life, bro.
He's got to capitalize. He's got to capitalize. It's not that hard of a gig.
I just saw a tweet that says the Falcons took Bijan.
No, you didn't.
Yeah. I hate to ruin it for you.
Oh, man.
They just took Bijan Robinson, it looks like.
I know a guy that is jumping for joy right now.
8th overall.
I know a guy that
agent didn't interview with anyone outside the top 10. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're smart. They know the Eagles needed them. But, man, why didn't anyone take Jalen Carter? The Bears are in the situation now. I'm going to be right back, but holy shit.
Yeah,
we need an offensive tackle.
I'll explain. So the reason why Joe's upset here, I'll tell you, as a Bears fan, listen, we're all in the same boat. We didn't want to have to make this pick. If you draft Jalen Carter and he's garbage and he's a complete shithead and acts out of line and what have you, you're never going to hear the end of it. You're probably fired as a GM, right? This is a huge, huge, huge draft. If he's not there, you take that tackle. That's fine. The safe pick, you needed one. That's fine. Now that he's there, if you don't take him, and he is Warren Sapp, and he is Aaron Donald, like these comps that he say he is, you're fired. So this is a really, really, really tough spot at 9. Joe, I was just explaining. If you take him, and he's horrible, and he acts out of line, you're fired.
Oh,
if you don't take him, and he's Warren Sapp and Aaron Donald, you're fired. So, really, really tough. You better hope to God that Polish man, Skoronski, that Polak, you better hope that he's legit.
This is the worst case scenario, man. I was hoping he'd be gone. Please, if you're the Bears though,
is your pick in here?
The Falcons.
Who's announcing? Who is this? Did he win a spelling bee or something?
I don't know. One of your cousins.
Wow, Bijan Robinson. And I sold him in a couple leagues, and I'm glad I did, because that is a terrible football team. That is a terrible football team. The one thing I didn't want to hear was Bijan to the Eagles. I didn't want to hear that at all. I really didn't. I think I own Jalen Hurts in every single dynasty league. And
honestly, though, what doesn't make sense to me is you just drafted a guy at 8 when you have so many holes to fill, and the running back position isn't what it once was. What it was valued. I mean, you saw how many guys would go in the top 10 at running back every year.
I heard this stat the other day.
It's crazy, man. That's a crazy pick. Bears trade pick the Eagles. There we go. Let's go.
Okay.
Smart.
So we moved back, what, 2?
One spot.
Yeah. Or wait, no, this is...
One spot.
Oh, one spot.
I guarantee you they called me.
What are the details?
Hey, we're gonna pick Jalen Carter if you don't trade with us right now. I guarantee. Call him up. We're gonna take Jalen Carter.
Wow.
What can you offer? Because they need him. They need.
If they pair him next, listen, they drafted Jordan Davis last year from Georgia. If they can get the guy that played alongside with them, wow.
They probably called the Eagles, said, hey, your boy Bijan's gone. Someone you clearly want. The next person on your draft board is Jalen Carter. We're going to take him. What are you going to give us for him? That's most likely how that conversation went.
Listen, as a Bears fan,
picks already in. They took Jalen Carter.
They did?
No, it was quick. The pick's already in. If it's that quick,
they got a guy in mind. Yep.
Yeah. That's number 2 on their board.
That's a team that's willing to take a risk on a guy. They took a risk on a guy last year, that linebacker from Georgia. Forgetting his name right now. They took a risk on him. He tore like his labrum late. And he ended up playing for them at the end of the year.
I wonder what the Bears got in this trade.
Nakobe Dean last year fell very far, and they took a shot on them last year.
I gotta grab it.
I wouldn't be surprised if Carter goes here. I wouldn't be surprised. A lot of chatter with his agent next to him. I think it might be a done deal.
Look at them. They're super excited. What good and well knowing they wanted Bijan.
Reload. What did we have Eagles going in this draft in our mock?
We had them going 10. We had them taking Bijan.
Yeah.
So far, we're only correct on 1, 2, and that's it. We had Anderson going 3, but we had the wrong 3.
Wow. Interesting. Interesting. It's been a great draft so far. I'll tell you what. It's been a great draft. A lot of movement.
So the Bears trade number 9 pick to Eagles for first round pick number 10 and fourth round pick in 2024. So we just snagged a 20. I mean, I'll take it, dude. One spot.
Absolutely.
Fourth round
pick
next year. One spot.
Absolutely. All day.
And we're gonna get the offensive tackle that we want.
Yeah. Yep. I think you go tackle.
If you're invested in Fields, you need to.
Just saying. I'm just spitballing here. If Carter were to fall past the Eagles here again, trade back again, run it back, give me another 4.
The Titans are next after you, but they're probably going to go.
They're not selecting. They just signed Simmons to a huge extension at D-tackle.
And then after that, we have the Jets at 13.
Wow.
Who's at 12 now? Who's at 12? The Cardinals trade.
Is that the Cardinals?
The Seahawks. The Seahawks, right?
It's the Lions at 12.
Seahawks took Witherspoon.
Lions at 12.
Right, the Lions. So the Lions are now at 12. So,
Eagles pick is in.
Oh man, that's interesting. Because the Lions are going to want to go get Jalen Carter.
Yep.
But if you're the Bears, do you want that to happen?
Do you want it to happen? Absolutely not.
But I think Jalen Carter's going here. He's off. He's got to be off the board.
Yeah, I agree. He's got to get off the board eventually. At this point, the Bears don't want him. I think it's clear. It's clear the Bears don't want him. They trade it back. Is he coming up here?
Taking a sweet fucking time.
Always. Mr. Money. Pick us in. Come on, lay it on us. This
guy can't even wear a fucking tie. Douchebag.
Here we go. That high noon is talking now.
Kicked in at 9:20. EST,
Absolutely.
baby. All right, let's see. There you go. Now he's gone. All right, sweet.
Wow.
Bears, go get your guy. The Lions.
Wow.
Lions, maybe go get Joey Porter. Christian Gonzalez. I mean, they're going to have to take a defensive player. I think those are the next best 3 available defensive players. I think you agree, right? Christian Gonzalez, Joey Porter, and who did I say?
This is Peter Skoronski.
Christian Gonzalez and Joey Porter. Those are probably the next 2 guys that go on defense. Yeah.
So Jalen Carter falls to the NFC champions. By God.
Pretty happy the Bears picks in. That's quick. It's Skoronski. That was so.
How many guys do they have from Illinois or from Chicagoland area on the team? It's been done. It's been a done deal.
That was the whole when we did our mock draft and it was my turn, to do the Bears. I took Skoronski. That was my whole spiel. I go, it's a dude in their backyard. They're known for drafting these guys. Like they scout them for years. It's just who the Bears are.
They literally picked up 2 players from the Chicagoland area in free agency.
Yeah. It's a no-brainer.
It's such a Bears move. Chicago Bears, Skoronski, gonna play probably guard. I think he's gonna translate to a guard better, but that's just me.
Jalen Carter's crying. He could have won number 1, but had to be an idiot.
Yeah, pretty cool.
You know what though? That
setup
idiot will make
together.
more money than I will in my entire life, so I can't be that dumb.
Absolutely. Absolute.
He can finally pay his bail.
Too soon. Too soon.
Jeez.
Pick us
Now-
in. Come on, I want
now
to see the Bears pick
He's going
here.
to show up first day to the Eagles. All right, we need a copy of your driver's license and your social security. Well, my license is suspended.
Listen, if the Bears do select Skoronski here, is there any? Is that one of the more boring picks of this draft? You knew it was coming from a mile
probably
away.
the most boring pick. No, I think the Cardinals taking Paris Johnson at 6 is pretty boring.
I don't think it was. I actually think it's exciting. I had no idea they'd be going tackle.
But to trade up to 6 to get that, that's what's boring about it. Like you extended yourself a little bit.
So what did they gain in totality? They gained 33.
First pick next year.
No, they gained 33 though.
No, they traded it. They traded 34, not 33, 34.
So they took their
gained
pick and 33.
The first rounder next year, and then I think
Gotcha.
they got a fourth. I can't remember if they got a fourth rounder on top
Oh,
of that or something.
I think it was a third. It was a third. Yeah, it was a
Third
third.
next year.
Okay.
As well.
So you gain a first and a third to move back 3 spots. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, Joe.
Yeah, but
That's
you
pretty
were
good.
sitting at.
My God, is he
what?
crying? He is crying.
They were sitting at 12, right? Yeah, they were sitting at 12. They could have got an offensive tackle at 12.
You coulda. You would have gotten.
They would have gotten Paris Johnson Jr. The Bears were going to take Skoronski the whole time, dude. The whole time. And there's no other team. Well, you know what, though? We did have the Jets. Yeah, but that's at 13. We had the Jets at 13 taking a tackle. So
Exactly.
But the Cardinals would have been picking 12, so they would have been fine. I think they
Where
could
does
have probably
Detroit go, though?
Well, they traded.
Saying.
They traded down. They traded up with them.
I know. What I'm saying is, if Detroit, if Paris Johnson's there,
They don't take them. No, they need defense, man. They need defense more than anything.
Jalen Carter is an absolute wrecking ball at that 3 tech. It'll be exciting to see how he translates to the next level. Pair him up next to Jordan Davis. We already got a bunch of film on that. That's really sweet. A lot of chemistry already in that interior defensive line. Especially making that addition onto a NFC champion team. Wow. The rich get richer, boys.
I was texting one of the other managers in my region, and he asked me, who the Bears are taking first, and I said I had them taking Peter Skoronski, tackle out of Northwestern. He goes, local product, definite need. Like,
Yeah.
Everybody knows the Bears like to take the local.
That's how it is.
I mean, it's a tough place to play in. Get someone that's used to playing in that kind of weather, man.
Mm-hmm.
Where's
his hometown? Where's his hometown? I don't know. Is he
good question.
Illinois local?
Regardless, he played for Northwestern.
No, I get it. I think he is. I want to say, from what I remember, maybe like a Catholic League kid.
That's a great pick for the Eagles, man. They got to be happy. They probably had Bijan number 1. They probably had Bijan number 1 on their draft board.
Oh, Skoronski Park Ridge? Oh, yeah, it's a done deal. Yeah. It's a done deal. It's a done deal.
Bears are picking. Here we go. Picks it.
It's a done deal.
And
let's hear it already.
Take Will Levis. What? We took Darnell Wright?
What did I tell you? Who did I tell you today?
Oh, my God.
Hey. Who called you? Who called you today and told you?
You called me about this. You have got... Wow.
I knew it.
Shocker.
He's visited a ton. They love his film. The one thing they'll say about Darnell Wright, he's the only lineman in this first round class that has that nasty in him. We saw them do this last 2 years ago with Tevin Jenkins. We're seeing it again here. I think the Bears want to run the football, boys. I think the Bears really want to run the football. If you're making this move, I'd love to see them go get Greg Roman and be their OC. I want to see that. I want to see Justin Fields in that scheme. Let's update this here. Wow, Darnell Wright. I am surprised. Because I'll tell you what, Joe. I think Skoronski's film translates more to guard than tackle, in my opinion. So Darnell Wright, you really need a tackle still. You need a guy that can do them both at the tackle spot. Their tackles are They're dreadful. It's horrible. So, wow, Darnell Wright, man.
That is crazy.
Interesting.
That is wild, man.
Didn't think that, did you?
I called it. This guy's 2 hours from me.
Is it?
Right now. Yeah, up in Knoxville. No. An hour and maybe 10 minutes in Knoxville.
Yeah.
He's up in Knoxville. Wow. Wow. That is. It's crazy. The guy's not even there. He didn't even think he was going to be a top 10 pick.
Well, they sent out invites to some of these guys. I don't know if you heard about the whole Quentin Johnston. You know, early on in the process, we all thought Quentin Johnston was wide receiver 1. And the more and more time went on, he kept falling and falling and falling. And now he's
number 2. I think he's number 2. He's probably the second best prospect.
I love his upside. I do. Yeah. I think he's got that wide receiver 1 upside, but they actually pulled his invite to the draft, which is kind of wild. Darnell Wright. So the Bears get rich at the tackle spot. You needed it. You needed it. You went all in on Justin Fields. You've given up tons of assets to get him. You've given up assets to get him talent around him. Claypool, DJ Moore.
Yeah.
You got to secure him. He can't run around with his hair on fire. You got to develop a legitimate intermediate to deep passing game to help out your run game a little bit. So, Darnell Wright. Okay. Titans are on the board. Pick is in already.
Levis.
I really
a lot tonight, man. Whoa.
I always thought Levis was going to the Titans. Listen, I thought either they were going to trade up to 3 with all this hoopla and buzz around, Vegas says he's odds favorite, blah, blah, blah. Listen, I always thought Titans were going Levis. He's in their backyard. They're moving on from Tannehill here pretty soon. Derrick Henry's going to get moved here pretty soon. We're talking about a team that's going to, again, I don't like to say the word rebuild. They're not that bad. They've got a solid defense. They're going to rebound. It's going to take a couple years for them to get a guy and get him under center and develop that new offense. So I think this is Will Levis. We obviously didn't have him drafting at this spot. We had him moving up to 3. I'm just curious. I'm not sure who we had at the 11 spot in general. So I assume that we probably had the Cardinals trading down from what I remember. I don't remember who they selected. Who do we have here falling?
At
11?
11, we had the Cardinals taking Jackson Smith.
JSN, okay. So I think this is Will Levis. I don't think they're going to draft JSN, obviously.
And when we did I will say, when we did our original mock draft, we only allowed 1 trade for the whole thing. So we didn't want to do too much craziness.
To be honest, we haven't seen this much movement in some time. How many trades have we seen? Is this 3 trades?
4?
Maybe
so
4?
The Texans and the Cardinals traded.
Yeah.
And
The
then
Lions?
the Lions and the Cardinals, and then the Bears and the Eagles.
So 3. I think that's it.
Just 3.
It's still a lot of movement. We're not even in we're at the top half of the draft here. 3 trades on pace for 6, what they would say, right? So that's fun. That is wild. We knew this was going to be a crazy draft coming in. Yeah. I really think Levis falls here. I think this is a nice pickup for those guys. It's time to move on from Tannehill. They look really happy in the draft room. We got a scene here inside Titans draft room. Vrabel is ear to ear smiling. The Titans fans are rowdy. They are rowdy. I think Will Levis is going to sell a lot of jerseys in Nashville. I do. It'd be shocking to see him fall past this spot. You're talking about Green Bay. Maybe a landing.
Jesse said phone died. What do y'all think of the Bears pick? Kyle was explaining it a little bit better than me, so I'll let him kind of take that one.
Yeah, the Bears pick. I mean, the Bears are telling you here. Peter Skoronski, his film translated more to guard. They got a guy that can play tackle. They are all in on Justin Fields. You had to get a tackle in this draft. Obviously, outside of Paris Johnson, I think this guy was the best that they had on their board. The reason why we saw them trade down is they knew it was either Paris Johnson, number 1 on their board. Shit, they all traded up and made it happen early on Paris Johnson. Okay, cool. We're going number 2 on our board at tackle. We'll trade back, collect an asset, Darnell Wright. So you're all in on Justin Fields. You're all in.
Took Skoronski.
Wow. Where
is this dude Levis going?
I was just going to bring that up. So Levis, he has the opportunity to maybe join New England.
Unless the Titans trade back into the first round and go get... Dude, this is crazy.
The only 3 teams that we see...
The Vikings.
Well, listen. There's only 4 teams that are looking for a quarterback left in this draft. New England, a lot of rumors around Mac Jones leaving that team. A lot of rumors around that. Washington, yeah, they're in a similar situation to Atlanta. They're going to let Sam Howell ride this year and see how that goes. We all know in our hearts that's going to be a complete flop. The Bucks, moving on from Tom Brady. Yeah, we got Kyle Trask. We're going to see how that goes. We got Baker as well. Potential landing spot there. Lastly would be Kirk Cousins next in line.
The Vikings are probably going to take a quarterback. And you know what? The Titans, maybe they like Hendon Hooker a little bit better. And they're okay with putting him on the bench for 1 year and backing up Tannehill.
Potentially. Again, we're talking about a guy, listen, even though there was a ton of hype around Will Levis recently, very inconsistent in the college level. A lot of scouts are afraid of that. They don't think his game's going to translate. He actually put on like 10 pounds of muscle recently. I know you guys see these images of, Will Levis looking jacked to shit, shredded. There was kind of a recent transformation around that. So I still think there's 4 landing spots here. The Lions are in.
I think the next 2 best defensive players, because you got to take defense unless they're going to go a wide receiver here. But the next 2 defensive players on our board were Christian Gonzalez and Joey Porter Jr. Do they take Joey Porter Jr. or Christian Gonzalez?
Christian Gonzalez is falling. That was the concerning part about him. Again, you're talking about a guy that's just very athletic. He jumps off the charts in terms of combine rating and what have you. The production wasn't there.
Jahmyr Gibbs.
Oh, baby. Am I not sitting pretty in Dynasty? DeAndre Swift, You're gone, buddy. You're getting traded. That's what this tells me. You just spent on David Montgomery. Jahmyr Gibbs is DeAndre Swift. What you would have thought DeAndre Swift was going to be long term. DeAndre Swift is on the move, boys. Where does DeAndre Swift go? Who needs a running back?
What's crazy to me?
Shit.
What's crazy to me is this is a team that really needs help on defense, right? They really need help on defense.
Yeah.
And they passed up on defensive players to draft a running back after they just signed a pretty solid running back. So what does that tell you? It tells you that there might, like, teams out there might think Christian Gonzalez, Joey Porter Jr., all those other guys, they're not that good. They're not worth, a top 11, top 12, top 13 pick.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. And now
100%.
that the Packers are on the board, originally we had this pick going to the, staying with the Jets and then taking an offensive tackle. But, we mentioned that wide receiver is a big thing for Jordan Love's development. I think I still stick by that. That probably, in my eyes, if they're really trying to develop Jordan Love, Jackson Smith is the perfect pick right here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Pair him up with Christian Watson. Get this guy
100%.
solid receiving core. I mean, you got Romeo Dobbs still. You lost
Yeah,
Lazard.
we have Njigba higher on our board. He's the clear cut number one in this draft.
Yeah.
I like it. I like him going there. I do. We touched on it. If he slips, he goes to Green Bay.
Yep.
This is a great landing spot for him. Great landing spot. A guy that can take the top off of your defense in Christian Watson, and then he's a super slot, big frame. Really reminds us of a younger Mike Thomas, right? Running the underneath stuff, your over routes, physical guy, right? Not a burner, not going to play your outside spot. So I'm cool with this. I like Packers going here. It gives you hope as a Packers fan, knowing that you don't have the same production coming out of that quarterback position, of course. And hearing insider talk on Love, they're not that high on him.
You know what I just thought of now?
What's that?
Going back to something that you said before, where do they trade Swift to?
Mm-hmm.
Eagles. Why not?
Yeah. Why not?
Back.
Why not? 100%.
I think
why not?
That's a pretty good landing spot because I'm looking across the league and it's like the Bears, I don't think they'll go for it.
Nah. They're not.
Packers, too young. Vikings, still Dalvin Cook. And that was another name, too, that got dropped for draft day trades was Dalvin Cook.
Absolutely.
I think the Eagles are a great landing spot for Swift, for Cook. Probably Swift. If I'm the Eagles, I would probably prefer Swift. I think he's a little bit younger. A little bit fresher legs. I mean, Dalvin Cook's proven that he can't really finish a whole season.
I'd love.
Did he play every game last year? Last year he did play every game. That might have been the first year he's ever played every single game.
He was dealing with that shoulder still. I think he missed a game. I think he missed a game.
That's right.
I think he missed a game.
Packers pick is in. Is it Jackson Smith? Is it
Christian
Gonzalez? Is it Joey Porter? Is it Broderick Jones? Who do they take? I still think taking a wide receiver is going to be the best bet for them. Just continue. I mean, you're talking about a franchise that's had two quarterbacks in the past 30 years. They're looking to continue that trend and not have to, find another quarterback outside of Jordan Love, who they already, they used a first-round pick to get this guy, so clearly they like him. They see something in him, and his time on the field that he has gotten hasn't been terrible, hasn't been great, but it's been pretty solid. He could develop, he could take over this offense, he continue to just put pieces around him. So
For me, I think Jackson Smith would be a phenomenal pickup for them. Just stack that wide receiver core even more, get it even younger, put some extra speed on it, some flair, some flash. Be interested to see who they take here. You know what would be really interesting is if they did like a 30 for 30 of like the NFL draft war rooms. That would, dude, I would pay big bucks to just watch what goes on in the war
to
rooms,
actually
like,
hear their
for every
conversations.
single talk, dude.
Well, we just
Hear the
saw
calls, hear the live calls. Fuck you. Call me back, and you got 5 minutes. Call me back with a better fucking deal. Fuck you.
You'll never see that. You'll never.
Dude, it would be great. I mean,
Because you don't want
knocks. They're swearing. They're cussing out hard. Dude, to see the whole business side of it, like the draft business, that would be so awesome.
Like, think about that movie Draft Day, right? Those conversations between the GMs. There's just no way they would ever let you hear what you actually think about one of your players.
Who do they take here? The Packers select. They took Lucas Van Ness.
Oh, boy.
Bro. Oh, who's that girl next to him?
They love their big white boy D lineman. They love him.
They do. Clay Matthews. Well, I don't want to say Clay Matthews was a DN, but he was an edge rusher.
They love him. They love him. I wasn't that high on this kid.
I didn't think he'd go that high. We had him.
No.
I think we had him going like. Where did we have him going?
Again, this is a local kid, man. A lot of talent coming out of here recently.
We had him going 22 to the Ravens in our mock draft. 22. Because Nolan Smith is still out there. That was a name you threw out earlier today. It was Nolan Smith.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy, too, is that the Packers, they got this pick in the trade with Rodgers, so they moved up 2 spots to take a guy that they probably could have got at 15.
They really could have.
They could have got him at 15.
They could have got him at 15. They could have got him at 15 because we thought he was landing with the Jets, right? I believe that's where we had him landing.
Is Luke Van Ness from Barrington?
Yep, he's from Barrington. Yep, Barrington, Illinois. Yeah, I mean, solid pick.
When I'm like, never mind, I'm not gonna say it. Never mind.
On
the first episode.
Let me hear it.
No.
Who's watching? Who's watching?
Don't ban us on the first episode. You
I already should be banned. I haven't been following it up with this picker here. Where are we at? What pick are we at? Was that 11?
On the clock. Did they just trade up? Wait. They just traded with the Patriots?
They did?
Remember what I told you when we did this. I said the Patriots are 100% trading down. I go, they're trading down. There's no way they pick 14. There's no way. That was my second trade that I was doing outside of the Cardinals trading down. It's like, there's no way the Cardinals pick third. And then I was like, there's no way that the Patriots pick at 14. There's just Bill Belichick, he's got a guy in mind, and it ain't at 14. He can get the same guy at 20. He can get the same guy at 25, right? This guy just drafts great.
Yeah. No, I agree. What pick was that with Packers, huh? That was 13. Wow.
That was 13. Yeah. The Jets, man, they're in a – I'd say the Jets are in a pretty good spot. They got Broderick Jones still on the board. It's probably the most likely pick for them. Right? They're already pretty solid at wide receiver. 2 best running backs are already off the board. I think getting Rodgers a nice, offensive tackle. This big Georgia boy is going to be huge. You know what's funny is I put my little thing underneath my name here. Is I put Bear instead of Bears. I put Bears better trade down. And we trade down one pick. Look at this dude, Broderick Jones. He still has the Cardinals, the Bears, the Colts hats behind them. You can throw those ones out, man. You can throw that Bears one out. We ain't taking
Just in case he slips at a second or something like that.
What do you do if you're the Steelers? Do you go get an offensive tackle and get more help for Kenny Pickett, or do you go get defense? You go get Christian Gonzalez because
they're moving. They're not going tackle. I don't think they're going tackle.
When we did our mock draft, we had them
Anton
at
Harrison.
No. That was the later pick. They were picking 17. We had them taking Deontay Banks, quarterback from Maryland.
That's right.
So
do they make the move here?
Christian Gonzalez now.
Do you know who they're taking here? Joey Porter Jr.
It's funny.
Are you serious? Talk about a legacy pick.
It's funny because we did have him going 14.
Talk about a legacy pick, Joe. Talk about a legacy pick.
You get the fans bought in, hyped up. Dude, think about how many jerseys they would sell.
Oh, a zillion. A zillion.
Jeez. That shit will hit Fanatics tonight with a 65% discount.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I know exactly what the fuck they're doing.
We had Joey Porter Jr. going 14. We had him, so.
Yeah, same spot. Same spot.
Just to the Patriots, not the Steelers.
Yeah, this is such a legacy pick right here. No brainer. But it wouldn't shock me if they go Broderick Jones. Because I also thought tackle.
They need help on offense. They could still get one towards the end of the first round where their other pick is.
They could.
And they just took, I think, Broderick Jones. I just saw him out. Yeah, Broderick Jones.
Yeah. So
that's a smart pick.
They must have loved him on film and said, wow, he slipped and fell off where we thought he would have went. So, yeah. Man, is he one ugly mug. But shout out to Broderick Jones. You have been selected.
Man, he's a monster.
What was that?
He's a monster.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Georgia boy. Yeah. He's nice.
Wow.
Good pick, man. Needed a tackle. You went first round quarterback last year. You got to make sure you protect them. Right? Okay. Broderick Jones. Jets are on the clock. Who do we have falling here?
Jets. So we had Jets at 13 taking Paris Johnson Jr., and then we had Packers at 15 taking Quentin Johnson. Now that Broderick Jones is off the board, who's the next best offensive tackle? Because their defense is pretty solid. They need a offensive tackle. Best available from that. Remaining players. The next best offensive tackle. Oh boy.
Is it that Harrison?
Dude, there's no one that's worth taking in the first round. There's no way they're taking offensive tackle here.
Yeah.
There's no Dalton, way. Tight end. Dude, what
there's no way they go JSN right here.
What are their team needs?
That would be insane if you pair JSN with Garrett Wilson.
I mean, Rodgers had a list of folks that he wanted, and he only got Lazard.
If they go JSN here, And you pair him up with Garrett
I
Wilson.
I was about to say I feel bad for Garrett Wilson fantasy owners if they take this guy.
100%. I got him right here. I don't want this to happen. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I mean, you could go DB. You pair him up with Sauce. You clamp people. Yeah, Christian Gonzalez is falling, man. My goodness. He is falling. Do they pull another Jordan Love move on him and say, hey, we know you're our guy for the next 2 years?
What do we have defensive line wise still? There's
Still have Quinnen Williams.
they could take Nolan Smith too.
Pass rush. Well, they just drafted that Jalen Johnson out of Florida State last year. Nice little DN for them. Yeah, Nolan Smith's on the board still.
They just.
I don't think they go tight end here.
No,
I really don't think they go receiver. I was just shooting shit.
I think they go. There's no first round worthy offensive lineman left. There's none.
Maybe just that. That Torrance guy from Florida is guard.
He's a guard. You could pick him up in the second round. Fuck, I don't know, man.
It's tough.
This is
a tough spot.
An interesting one because I think this is part of the reason why they were so nervous to give this pick up in the first place is because they really wanted an offensive tackle and they knew that there were 4 solid offensive tackles in this draft.
Darnell Wright going that early.
Yeah.
That really did.
Well, I don't think they first saw the Cardinals taking an offensive tackle because I think everybody knew the Bears were going to.
Yeah.
Where did Skronsky go? Skronsky went to the
Titans.
I don't think people thought they'd take one. So
everybody was thinking Levis.
You know what? The Jets might have still felt kind of comfortable swapping that pick, going, you know what? We'll still probably have a tackle fall to us.
Yeah.
Didn't pan out that way. And you can see it's 2 minutes, 15 seconds left on the clock. They still haven't put the pick in.
No.
They're scrambling. I don't think they necessarily like the position they're in right now.
Trade back opportunity?
Yeah.
Could be. What could be? They're tuning into Nolan Smith, his room. It's looking pretty quiet. It's looking pretty quiet. I don't know. This is a really tough spot. There's a lot of value here in this portion of the draft.
There's a great pool of talent still.
Yeah.
We haven't had a receiver go yet. There's 4 solid receivers in this year's draft that are all first round picks.
If a couple of them fall into the second, they're just steals. Steals. Like if Zay Flowers falls into the second, he's a steal. All right. They got their guy. They're all shaking it up here in the draft room. Some of those guys are just full of shit. They're just shaking it up like, yeah. Like,
is it JSN?
Is it really?
No, I'm saying, do you think it is?
I don't see the need. You have so many. They went Hardman. They got
Unless
Hardman,
it's just-
Lazard. Dude,
Unless
that room
it's
is
just
so
Rodgers
full.
pulling a string, man. I need this guy.
I just can't see it. Wilson, Lazard, Hardman, Corey Davis. How many receivers do you need?
Yeah, run the spread every play.
It does suck.
And they're solid at tight end too.
They are. They invested in Uzama to play behind Conklin, and they got a lot. They got a lot of guys. Brees Hall, you got a running back already. Jahmyr Gibbs already went off the board, but I think you got to go defense here. You got to go defense. The value's there. Nolan Smith, Christian Gonzalez, a lot of talent. The pick is in. The pick is in.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go Nolan Smith.
I agree. I think it's pass rush.
Need it in that division.
What's that?
So they need it in that division.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Here we go.
Oh boy.
This is a team that's all in. All in. This is a massive draft pick.
What sucks is that division's stacked right now between the Bills, them, and the Dolphins. And then the Patriots are always hanging out. Dude, the Jets are hyped, man. They're so excited for this.
They're always, though. They're
they
those
always
Jet
fuck
fans.
the draft up. They've done pretty well for the past few years, but man, they've had some pretty bad drafts. Dude, who do they take? Who is it? Who is it?
They're doing a whole spiel for this kid. Who cares? What did he win a scholarship on? I give a shit.
Make-A-Wish Foundation, you dick.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Kyle Skittles?
Fucking
Nah. I'll change my name to Kyle Skittles.
This kid's wearing brown shoes with a black suit. Who dressed him?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Christ, you're right. What is he doing? Hey, you gotta cool it. Cool, that's Make-A-Wish.
It's my wish.
You know, like only 20% goes to the actual tickets.
Did they just take in Jigba? Is that what I just saw? Or, come on, dude, just say the goddamn pick already.
Someone throw him.
There's a lot of things I could say right now, but I'm not going to. There's a lot.
Hey, we're real fucking opinions. Just say the fucking thing. I don't care about the JTS. You don't know shit. You don't even know who Mark Sanchez is.
Will McDonald.
Oh my god. Ugh.
Oh, that's bad.
Oof. I don't know if any of you guys that are watching this live or on the feed are Jets fans, but damn. That's tough. I don't even think he was the top linebacker in this class. I thought the kid from Arkansas was fantastic.
No. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oof.
Wow. You just took a dude
who plays in the Big
from Iowa State
who plays
in the Big 12.
The Big 12. You picked the linebacker that plays in the Big 12.
Oh my god.
They're like, but he has 1,000 tackles. Yeah, but they're horrible.
He tackles fucking quarterbacks.
He's on defense
they should be
all
playing
day.
Division II football. Oh my god, is that atrocious? Wow. Holy shit. Dude, did we even have him going in the first round, Kyle?
I'm not even sure if we did. I'm not
He
even
wasn't
sure if
even
we
in our
did.
first round of our mock draft.
Ah, wow. Brutal.
That's a terrible pick.
Brutal. What'd you just say?
Wow.
The Jets just know how to fuck it up.
They had a couple good drafts recently, but man, is that a bad pick.
I don't like it. I don't like
It's
it.
the first Iowa State player selected in the first round since 1973. Is this guy the next Ray Lewis? Am I missing something? What am I missing here?
Listen, I'm not gonna knock it till I try it. He's 6'3", 240. It looked like
Holy
he.
shit.
It looks like
That
he's
is a
playing.
bad pick. I'm sorry. You could trade down and get that.
Commanders have their pick, and they're like, "Are you serious?" Okay.
That's a terrible pick.
Mel Kiper's just laughing with that
Wow.
toupee he's got.
Bob McShay. Those
With that
like I said,
BS
those guys
he's
are
got on his
relevant for 2 months a year, and then you don't hear from him again. Look at Will Levis. Look at this guy. Is he going to go to the Commanders? Are they going to take a quarterback?
I mean, we had New England Commanders Vikings. That's what we thought.
The Patriots blow it up and go take quarterback.
Oh no! Yep. So we're gonna see him here, back to back to back. Commanders.
That was an awful pick, man. I'm sorry.
Wow.
I gotta go. I use the restroom. That was a terrible. terrible
You got
pick,
time. You
bro.
got time. You got
That
time.
was
Yeah.
awful. Oh my God.
I don't like that pick. I don't like that pick not one bit. A team that could have used a playmaker. Modern football, a lot of these linebackers aren't valued as much as they used to be. Especially in a 3-4 scheme like these guys. An interior linebacker. I don't love it at 115. Yeah, he plays with his hand in the ground a little bit. I thought they could have done better. They're passing up on some talented picks. I still like Christian Gonzalez. He might fall the Redskins here. I think if you do get a number one at cornerback, you can push that Kendall Fuller inside. That'd be really nice.
Wow. This is
Otherwise,
an interesting draft.
Will Levis still on the board. Really surprising.
At this point, I you know what though? At this point, I think I don't think he's worth a first round pick. If he's made it this far, you might as well just pass on him.
Well,
you can get someone in the second or third round that it's about value. Are you going to really use a mid to late first round pick on a quarterback? No, I wouldn't, unless it's like Hendon Hooker. Yeah, I think Hendon Hooker's way better than Levis. It's just Levis is going to play this year. Hendon Hooker won't.
yeah, I agree. I mean, Hendon Hooker, if he doesn't get hurt, I'd love to know where he would have fallen in this draft. I'd love to know. Because he was playing out of his mind with a fantastic Tennessee squad. And at the time was getting Heisman buzz, Player of the Year notice. Now he gets hurt. He falls out of what would be the first round here, what it looks like. I'm not sure if Hendon Hooker is going to land in Minnesota. I'm actually against you on that one. I'm not sure if Minnesota goes quarterback, to be honest. I'm not entirely sure. I'm curious to see what they do with Dalvin Cook. We've been getting a lot of buzz around Dalvin Cook that he's going to get moved. The pick is in here for Washington, though. We'll hold off on that point. Washington, a team that played really well with Heineke. They're going to let it ride with Sam Howell. What do we go here?
Emmanuel Forbes.
Emmanuel Forbes, cornerback,
What are these
Mississippi
teams seeing
State.
in Christian Gonzalez that just dropped him down boards, man?
Okay, another cornerback. Like I just mentioned, I think they want to move Kendall Fuller inside. A team that needs help on defense. You got a division that's obviously scoring a ton of points now. You got to play sound defense. A team that understands this isn't the time to really compete. Let's fill some holes and try to find number one talents across the board. It is what it is with this pick here. Patriots pick is already in. It's already in. This would be interesting. Does Billy Boy value Will Levis? Is he next in line? It'd be interesting to see if they elect to try to move Mac Jones, take a quarterback here. I don't know. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts with Patriots?
Well, we originally had him taking Joey Porter Jr., so
Yep.
it's a likely option. Or you go out. I mean, they lost Jacoby Myers, right? But they just signed Juju Smith-Schuster. Maybe they go out and get a guy like, JSN to help develop Mac Jones a little bit more, get him a little bit more speed and.
By the way, JSN is falling.
Yeah, he is. I'm surprised. We haven't seen a receiver go
falling. Yet. Now, Jacoby Myers dominated in the slot last year. Do they try to one-up him and add a much, much, much better talent right here, JSN? That'd be interesting. Pick is in. Goodell.
Christian Gonzalez.
Okay. It was a matter of time, huh?
It's, I really like Joey Porter.
It was a matter of time.
I really like Joey Porter Jr., but his downfall is his inability of creating turnovers. He's great. He's great at disrupting throws and all that, but he can't turn it into turnovers. That's his biggest problem, and I think that's why he's still on the board at this point.
Mm-hmm.
This guy, I'll tell you what, for them to get this guy this late in the draft, this is a great pick. He is incredible in zone coverage.
Yeah, he can do it all. I mean, he's very rangy. Very rangy. So that talent and that ceiling, it's better than any other quarterback in the draft. It's just, again, when it comes down to it, analytics and stats wise, he didn't kill it. But at the combine, he absolutely dominated, long frame. I like him. I'm sure Bill's thinking, listen, look at this. Look at the attributes and intangibles that he has. Let me work with him. Let me work with him. Detroit's back up on the clock here. Detroit is back. My God. Who did they pick earlier?
Detroit, they took running back.
Running back. That's right. Gibbs. That kills me in Dynasty Fantasy. That absolutely kills me. Yeah. Detroit. It's still so shocking that they made that move for running back. Deuce Staley, man, he's got to get out of Coach's ear over there. I mean, that's a full-ass room.
This man Levis, bro. Oh, my God. This is brutal. Can you imagine getting invited to the draft and then not getting drafted in the first round?
Oh, you're feeling for him right now?
I'm just thinking of teams that, maybe Seattle comes up at 20 and takes him at 20. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
maybe the Vikings do take him instead of Hendon Hooker. I mean, I'm just looking now, and I mean the Bucks are there at 19. You know what? The Bucks really wanted an offensive tackle, and they're all gone. So maybe they just go ahead and say, screw it. We got Baker for the time being. We're gonna go get a guy like Will Levis.
They're in a tough spot, man. They're kind of in that win now.
I saw that
window as well.
His name's escaping me. Their linebacker. What's his name?
Nolan Smith?
No, Tampa Bay's linebacker.
Oh, yeah. Devin White.
I heard his name was in a lot of rumors for draft day trades.
Yeah, he requested a trade. That's what I brought up earlier. I mean, it's all but done over there. Even though you still retain a bunch of talent, you got guys that are looking to move out. That's not good. I mean, you lose Brady. Now you got a rookie quarterback or a vet that hasn't been consistent. Leonard Fournette's a free agent. Devin White wants to get traded. You're starting to age in some of your spots. Levante David's starting to get up there in age. Mike Evans is 30. It's a matter of time before they lose that window and they move on. So I'd love to see who comes out as the starter here in Tampa Bay at quarterback. I mean, Kyle Trask versus Baker Mayfield. That'll be really interesting. Pick is in for the Lions. Again, earlier we saw them take Jahmyr Gibbs.
What kind of picture did this kid Jesse send us, dude? It looks like he snapped a pic of a potato with a potato, bro. I can't even see. Can you see this? Or is that?
He's got us live. He wants to shout out.
Do I? Dude, I have 20/20 vision too, man. And this shit looks like it's 80/80.
Our man goes, didn't mean to spam the chat.
Bro, there ain't nobody in here.
You good, fam? We chatting it up with you. Shit, if you hop on a webcam, I'll send you a link. So Jahmyr Gibbs, man. Jahmyr Gibbs joining Montgomery and Swift. What are your thoughts? I mean, do you think they move off Swift here, or are they really going three-headed monster? Tough, man. You really gonna let go of Swift?
They have to at this point.
You got to at this point. You just signed Montgomery.
Running backs.
Can't. I mean, possible landing spots to be so interesting for Swift now. Chicago, Philadelphia, the Chargers, if they want to move off of Eckler. Wow. A lot of movement in the NFL, man. DeAndre Hopkins, all that buzz, nothing happened. Though we still have the Ravens coming up here at 22. A lot of rumors around Lamar Jackson wanting DeAndre Hopkins and Odell Beckham. You already got one. You paid him the bag, 18 M's for a 30-year-old wide receiver coming off
the Lions,
2 knees.
They took running back. You think they go get Nolan Smith?
Who do we have going here? Nolan Smith, right? I think we had Nolan Smith.
We had them taking Nolan Smith at 18.
Yeah, I think he's too good of a talent. If you were to pair him up opposite of Aiden Hutchinson, that is a problem. That is an absolute problem. You'd hate to be any team in the NFC North and to play them for that matter. That is a dynamic duo. It's looking like Will Levis is chilling in the back room there. Just chilling. I don't know if he gets selected in the first round now. I'm going to keep it a buck with you. If he doesn't land with the Vikings, Can we realistically see him falling anywhere else? If it's not here or Vikings, Bucks or Vikings, Seattle, Chargers, Ravens, Jags, Giants, Dallas, Bills, Bengals, Eagles, Saints, Chiefs. There's no way. He falls out of the first round if he doesn't go right here. Oh, my bad. The next pick, Tampa Bay or Vikings.
Yeah, because the Ravens signed Lamar back. They don't need a quarterback.
No. Now, do you maybe plan for the future with one of these teams?
The only one that I can think of is
Seattle at 20.
Jack Campbell. What is going on?
All right. Here we go. Another white linebacker from Iowa. This just smells like Dan Campbell's pick. This just smells like it. Give me a blue-collar linebacker out of Iowa, for God's sakes. 6'4", 250. Interesting. A true 4-3 Mike. Downhill. I know you didn't just show me a highlight against South Dakota State. I know you didn't just show me a highlight against South Dakota State. All right.
Jesus, man. Up.
He's a legitimate Mike.
What did he do? Oh, wow. He went and just gang tackled Corum there in the backfield. That's phenomenal. What a great highlight. Man, if that's the best highlights you can find for this guy.
I thought these guys were firm on Anzalone and that Rodrigo. I thought they played well together last year. I don't see them really improving with this pick. I'll keep it a buck. I thought they played solid.
This is a shit pick too.
That's a really bad pick. You just left Nolan Smith on the board.
We didn't have him going in the first round either.
No. There's too much talent here. There's way too much talent here.
There's a lot being left on the board, man.
Wow.
We still haven't seen a receiver go.
And that was 18, huh?
Yeah, we're at 19 now. I mean,
that was
this is. I think this is Levis's last chance in the first round. Because I'm looking at the rest of these teams, man. I mean, the Saints are at 29, but do they really take Levis at 29?
19, 20, 23. Those are his only landing spots. That's it.
Yeah, the 19, 20, or 23, and then potentially 29. I mean, like if the Saints are super desperate.
I guess.
Wow.
Pick is in though. I'm sure they can't believe the Lions passed on this guy. Who do you think they go here, Joe? 19 bucks.
I think if you're the Bucks and you've already seen a bunch of teams pass up on Levis, I don't think you just go and take him.
You don't think you just go and take him?
I don't think you just go and take him. I think you go take the next best available. You're clearly in a rebuild mode. You don't need to settle for a franchise for your franchise quarterback. Because if you take a quarterback in the first round, at some point they're going to be your franchise quarterback, right? Like Jordan Love for the Packers.
100%.
Like they always knew he was going to be Aaron Rodgers' replacement, right?
Yeah.
Like this is your franchise quarterback. So if teams like the Titans, man, other teams, the Seahawks passed up on. Maybe they were going to blow it up. Who knows? Whatever. But for me, if they've already passed, I think it's a bad pick if they take Will Levis.
Here we go.
Pick is in. They didn't take him. They took.
Okay, that Kansas kid.
Yeah,
he was smart. Drawing comps to Aaron Donald.
That's smart. I think at this point, Levis, there's a good chance he'll fall out of the first round.
Yeah, that's very well possible. I do like the scenario of him falling to Seattle here. I'll be honest. Give him time. He is still a project quarterback. I don't think we really wanted to see Will Levis or Richardson go to a team where they have to produce right away.
So I will say, hold on a sec.
Yep, NFL comparison, Aaron Donald.
So for me, I think there's one team right now that what's one team that's not. I don't know if it's more than one team. They may be the only team, but there's a team in mind right now that's not picking in the first round that I think could trade into the first round and get Levis or get Hendon Hooker.
Thinking the Dolphins? Who am I missing? Lay it on me.
You said a guy that was just seconds ago he's on their team.
The Rams.
I think there's a good chance they could trade in the first round and go get a quarterback.
That could happen. That's not a bad idea. I mean, they're on full rebuild at this point. Even though you got a couple guys, you got your quarterback and receiver coming back. You knew you were going to hit some cap issues moving forward. They went all in. They gave up everything they could to get that Super Bowl, which, in hindsight, that's what you would do. You'd give up 3-4 years for a Super Bowl. It is what it is. So you can't knock them. It's non-traditional. We haven't seen it happen before. So they're about to bite the barrel here. It's going to be tough.
Yeah. I could see him trading in the first round, though.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you give up some talent here and make a move. Very well possible. Very well possible.
So who do we
Seahawks
got
on the board. Who did Seattle select earlier? Or Seattle didn't select us.
Witherspoon.
Look at how hammered I am.
They took Witherspoon.
They took Witherspoon. Okay, so all right, Nolan Smith here. That'd be a hell of a pick. I wouldn't mind Will Levis falling here though. I really do like the landscape. He gets a couple years to learn from Geno Smith.
But
consistent vet.
We talked about it earlier though. They're clearly all in on Geno. They gave him an extension through 2025. Like, why not give this guy every opportunity to go out there, compete, and win?
Yeah.
Why take his replacement? I mean, if you're going to take his replacement, then I don't want to say you're not confident in him, but Geno Smith, like, I'm gonna use Aaron Rodgers for a sec. So the Packers took Jordan Love when they had Aaron Rodgers. Is Geno Smith Aaron Rodgers though?
No,
he's not. Right? He needs a little bit more help to get the job done than Aaron Rodgers does at the end of the day. So I think their best bet is to help this guy out. And I'm not saying it has to be a wide receiver, but just improving the team, like immediately, someone that's going to come in and they're going to play, not someone who's going to sit on the bench for 1 or 2 seasons. So I think that's their best bet right now. Tight end situation is a little interesting in Seattle, I will say. So that could be even be a play. We haven't
talk about Noah Fant becoming a bust. My goodness.
That's the interesting part of this draft is that we haven't seen a receiver, tight end, nothing go yet. So
wow, the value in that early second is going to be incredible.
There's going to be a lot because I mean there's four first round potential wide receivers in this draft. I mean you've got JSN, Quentin Johnson, you've got Addison. USC of Zay Flowers. I mean, those are 4 guys right off the bat that are first. I would say they're first round picks. They're pretty solid.
Would you say all of them are of the 4? Like, who has like wide receiver 1 upside, and who would be like fantastic slot/2 guys? Like, who do you like in that bunch?
For me, I think Zay Flowers is probably the most obvious 2 guy out of all of them. I think he'd do well. I've seen this guy catch slants, catch something underneath, 2, 3, 4 yards deep and take it house. Like, as far as number one overall wide receiver, highest ceiling is probably Quentin Johnson, right?
Isn't that crazy? Like all the hype around JSN, but
JSN's probably the most pro-ready guy. He'll have a big impact on your offense immediately. But I think Quentin Johnson, man, he could. There's so much upside to that dude. Like you said, he could be the next Kevin White, but he could also be the next.
I hate that.
Calvin Johnson, whatever, right?
Scary. Or how about this? Like a DK, right?
A DK, yeah.
6'3", physical frame.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. That's gonna be it. That early second round. You're gonna find, and some of those teams. Well, for one, I'll tell you this: if we see 3, 4, if we see, well, not 3, 4, if we see 2 to 3 wide receivers fall late here in this round, by God, are they going to be in a fantastic situation? I don't want to see
situation look like. How long do they have him?
I could look it up.
I think that influences his pick. If it's a year, if they have 1 year left, because I don't think they have much time on it, do they?
Nah.
Is it 1 year? They haven't even. The pick's still not in. There's 20 seconds. Oh,
they've got an option through 25. So.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. Okay, I don't think they go wide out then.
Wow.
I don't think they go wide out.
That's crazy. Interesting. Like, yeah, I know we discussed it in our mock.
DK's.
Well,
he's like 5 years now. He's like
DK's owed. I think DK's owed, right? He gets the big one soon. Let's see. Yeah, soon he's about to get paid. So next year, 13 million, 25. So they got them both through 25. I don't think it's necessarily a bad idea to get one.
Think they just go best available here?
Seahawks?
I think best available is I think it's the logical option for them.
I wouldn't mind to see Nolan Smith head that way.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't. Super athletic linebacker. You ask a lot out of those linebackers in that cover 3 look. You ask a lot out of those guys. You want to know what's super overrated in football media? This Riddick, right? Riddick. Everybody goes, "Oh, he should be a GM. He should be a GM." Well, why isn't he? Like, why isn't he? I never hear shit that's like groundbreaking from him. He'll just be like, skim the top off of the topic. Of like, oh, the Bears got to get some playmakers. Well, no shit. They're the worst team in the NFL. Seattle, pick us in. Prediction, real quick.
Oh, they brought out the whole Make-A-Wish crew this time. Pioneers, is that the Nears? Is this Platteville?
Where are you looking?
The girl on the left says Pioneers, and then the guy to the left of them says Platte County. Go Nears. Is that the Pioneers, bro? It looks like Platteville the way they have Pioneers.
She did a knee. You never trust a girl that puts the knee brace on the outside. They're always looking for attention, boys. They're always looking for attention.
Is that girl from Platteville? That'd be hilarious.
Oh man, what? Any day now.
She'll be in the 2032 NFL draft. They took him, JSN. Oh my God, they took him.
Wow,
that's best available in my opinion.
Dynasty owners, you are livid. There's only one football on the field, boys. JSN, though in real life it's going to be fantastic. He's probably going to catch 60 balls for, some solid numbers. That's it.
Yeah, but
his ceiling is capped.
And then I'm going to say something real quick.
Yeah, JSN to the Seahawks. Wow, I don't think initially they thought they were going to be able to draft this kid. He's probably number one on their board, as most of us have him, and they were probably anticipating Zay Flowers. This is essentially a home run for the Seahawks. They're getting JSN at 20.
So when we did our mock draft, we had him getting Jordan Addison, right? We didn't think JSN or Quentin Johnson was going to be here.
Yeah.
And our biggest thing on why we thought they were going to go wide receiver was how much of a volume thrower Geno Smith is.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
He throws the ball so freaking much, man. And there's a lot of times. Remember last year, right? We had DK Metcalf on our fantasy team. Remember how many times we're like, where the hell is DK? Where is he? They rotate receivers in and out like crazy, man. So
they rotate everybody.
They fits their offense perfectly, man. I mean, from the get-go, we're like at 20, they're taking a receiver. They're going to take the best available receiver, and they just did that. They took the best.
They did that. Yeah, so, I just said that while you were off the mic. They did not think JSN would be here.
No.
And they're thinking, okay, we're going to get Zay, we're going to get Addison. Who's it going to be? Holy shit, JSN is here. No-brainer. It's a no-brainer. I'll be back in one second. A lot of sipping tonight, huh?
That's a great pick. That is absolutely the dream, I think, scenario for them at 20, like we said.
DK's your true number one. Lockett's a great number two. Let's put him right in the middle there. It's going to be
really. Here's the thing, though, with how they run their offense, though, like you don't really need to rank the guys. Like you don't need to go, you're number one, you're number two, you're number three. Like you guys are the top three. That's how we're gonna rotate you in and out. Like I think it's a great pick.
Yeah, and he's going to be, like you said, instant contributor to a team they're on the cusp of being.
Yeah. I mean,
very competitive.
About that division right now, man. Like the Rams, they're like we said, they're probably going to blow it up at some point. The Cardinals, dude, you got Kyler Murray. Guy'd rather play Call of Duty than study his own playbook. And then the Niners. I mean, dude, that organization doesn't know what the fuck they're doing.
Mm-hmm. The quarterback spot is a mess right now.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm kind of addressing. Like, they're solid, right? That team, they're a Super Bowl contending team, but they don't know what the fuck they're doing at quarterback. They spent so much to go get Trey Lance, and now
here we go. Now we're opening up, baby. Let's
go. Now they're all in on some short. White guy played at fucking, what was it? Did he play at Iowa State? He played at Iowa State.
Iowa State. He was the last pick in the draft.
Last pick of the draft. You remember what we compared? Do you remember who we compared Brock Purdy to? Do you remember? I don't know if we talked about on the podcast last week. Or it was on
lay it on me. What was it?
Do you remember?
I don't remember.
Played for the Eagles and then he played for the Bears.
Foles?
Nick Foles. Brock Purdy is the next Nick Foles. Absolutely.
I could see that. A backup that'll give you some numbers off the bench. Like,
That's all, man.
he's not him. Even though the locker room loves him, he's a game manager. Luckily, they have the most stacked lineup in the NFL. By God. Listen, right now, Will Levis is standing up. Hold on real quick. And Chargers tickets in.
There's no way.
I'm just saying.
Will Levis to the Chargers. That
They're not.
Would be,
They're not that high. I was just making sure.
Tomorrow.
Chargers look pissed right now. I think they were hoping to God.
Yeah, but remember,
JSN was going to follow them.
We had them taking Zay Flowers, so
yeah.
But I think if I'm them right now, personally, if you want a wide receiver, I don't take Quentin Johnson. I take Jordan Addison, just for the simple fact you already have Keenan Allen, you got Mike Williams. Those guys can kind of go over the top, take top off defense a little bit. Get somebody with a little more playmaking ability. Like, that's Jordan Addison. Get a guy that can catch a slant, take it 20, 30 yards, right? Get a little bit more speed into that offense. I think that's a huge, huge thing for them. But I wouldn't.
Here we go.
And they took Quentin Johnson.
Quentin Johnson. So what they're thinking here, Joe, they're saying this. I am tired of this motherfucker Keenan Allen
getting hurt
every single year. I want him to be my number one. I can't rely on this guy anymore. After this year, he's out. I'm tired of this shit. Give me Quentin Johnson. He's got the most upside to be a number one on a team, like we just mentioned. Get him in.
Yeah.
It is what it is, right? You can't trust Keenan Allen anymore.
I think Jordan Addison would have made a little more sense for this team. But if they were going to take Jordan Addison, they could have traded down. So,
yeah. Knowing that these receivers, I mean, God, I'm surprised that KSN fell in, yeah. Big physical.
But it's funny.
I like
it's
him.
Funny. We had the Seahawks at 20, Chargers at 21, both taking wide receivers, and we just took best available at that point.
His film is fantastic.
It makes sense.
If you watch Q Johnson's film, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
The only thing that scares you is, okay, in the Natty, he was non-existent. Obviously, we know why. They got completely slaughtered. And he played, Big 12 ball. So it's not like he did it at the highest level of college football.
Yeah.
So that's his red flag. That's his knock.
Was that his grandmother on his chain?
I don't know. She looked like Mike Strahan, though.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Mike Singletary for a second.
You're really digging there, huh? You're really digging. Ravens are on the board. Tons of rumors around DeAndre Hopkins falling here. They just signed Lamar, $260 million, highest paid
contract. Do you go get
contract.
him help at wideout, or do you? We got Nolan Smith still on the board because we did have them taking Lucas Van Ness edge rusher at 22.
They just invested last couple of years in the edge spot. So they drafted that Ojabe last year. I think they're okay with the true outside linebacker edge guy. I think if they were to select here, maybe they go more traditional DN or DB. I think you're going to lose one of those DBs here pretty soon. They're starting to get up there in age. Like, yeah, we love Marlon Humphrey. Peters is getting up there in age. Eventually you got to lock down that spot again. Love their linebackers. They invested in Odell. Dobbins, they've got a young running back. I mean, Andrews, really, where can you go? I think you're going D-line here. D-line or DB. Yeah, it's got to be.
For sure.
Who's our best available corner? Do you still have Joey Porter Jr., right?
No, it's Joey Porter and Brian Branch is still out there too. I think he's incredibly underrated defensive back.
Yeah,
he was a safety in college, but I really think he could fit anywhere in a DD role in the NFL. This guy's range is insane. I think he'll certainly play better in a safety role. He kind of falls
in at 22. Like that would kind of be the earliest I would ever take someone like this.
Mm-hmm.
We had him fall in 25 to New York.
So they just selected.
Remember we had the Landon Collins comparison.
Yeah.
Brian Branch to Landon Collins. So
they took Kyle Hamilton recently as well. Keep that in mind.
So I do agree with it. It's probably defense. I don't see the need for tight end. I don't see the need for wide out right now. It's probably not your biggest concern. And I mean, we're still in the off season. There's still guys unsigned.
Mm-hmm. I think they go that route.
You can get people in the second round. I mean, your next best available wideout's Jordan Addison. And truthfully, I'm looking down a list. Like, there's really not a lot of these teams really don't need wideouts. I'm looking at, like, you have the Vikings. They're not going to take a wideout. Jacksonville, they're probably going to go tight end.
Well, Vikings, they just let Adam Thielen walk. You don't think they reload?
I don't think they're going to take. Yeah, I don't.
Do you think KJ Osborne maybe earns a better role there?
I think the Vikings are going to take a page out of the Packers book, dude, and they're going to they're going to take a quarterback in the first round. I'm sticking to that one until.
Until you see it. Yeah,
that's kind of my gut feeling. They need to really start preparing because if you look at the overall landscape of the NFC right now, do you have enough to go up against the Eagles? Do you have enough to go up against Dallas? Right, like those are your two really like upper echelon of teams in the NFC right now.
Mm-hmm. Dude, think about that.
Dallas terrible.
Didn't Dallas blow them out like 40-7 this past year? They murdered them.
Something like
that. They killed them on what was it? What Kirk Cousins folded on like Monday night or something. He folded
something like that. But I mean, really, the NFC's going through. In my opinion, it's going through the Eagles or the Cowboys. Those are the two best teams by far in the NFC. And then if San Francisco figures out their quarterback situation, they'll be in the mix. But outside of that, right now, I just really don't see any other teams competing. I mean, Cardinals ain't there. The Rams aren't there. Seahawks, they're good, but I just think they're lacking at that quarterback position to get them to the next level. The NFC South's an absolute shit show. The Giants, they're close, but Daniel Jones, he isn't him. Redskins are my bad. Commanders, they're a fucking mess. And then the NFC North, Packers, they're going to go through a little bit of a down year. Lions could contend. I don't think they did enough on defense in this draft to really make a run. I wish they would have done more on defense.
I'll tell you what, losers in this draft have been the Lions. And this is something I just wanted to touch on real briefly at the end, just like, hey, worst, best pick. The fact that they went and picked up a running back, and then they go ahead and take a fucking Mike linebacker.
I'd say they had a pretty bad draft.
That was a very rough draft. You could have had Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith.
Yep.
They messed that up.
The Bears aren't ready to compete. Although I will
Did they really take? What was Gibbs? What pick was that? 12?
I don't know. I don't have the.
Oh my God! Pick is in for Ravens. What was your point there? Going in the Bears?
I think the Bears could have a scary season. Not like where we could we're gonna. I would not be surprised if the Bears snuck into a wild card situation. Like I would not be surprised, but I don't.
Well, based off their division too, right? Like competition. I'm just not impressed with. I thought the Lions were going to really take a step today.
Well, and they did not.
This was almost a step back. I mean, you essentially got nothing. Mm-hmm. I don't like it.
They took Zay Flowers. That's
Zay hilarious. Flowers. Wow. Zay Flowers.
Three receivers in a row.
This is kind of what we thought was going to happen, though. Like, as soon as, let's say you wanted one, as soon as one went, they're just going to go. They're just going to go. They're just going to fall in line.
Now you have the Vikings on the board.
Wow, I tell you what, I'll be honest. I think Vikings go Addison.
Well,
I think Vikings go Addison. If you pair him with Jefferson and Osborne, Now, what do you do with Dalvin Cook? There's a lot of rumors around that. I think you die with Dalvin Cook. But man,
I'm just looking at teams right now that that are still in the first round that potentially could need a receiver. Jacksonville, maybe. I think tight end's bigger for them.
Ridley's coming back for those guys. They're excited about that. I think
Giants. You know what? The Giants could go wide receiver. I would not be.
No,
surprised.
the Giants need to go wide receiver.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. They could trade up here to go get the last first round wide receiver candidate.
That would be it, huh?
And you know what? I think Addison's better than Zay Flowers.
I do too. I think
he's a safer pick.
Rank me your 4. Give me your 4 in a row here.
Well, JSN's number 1.
Uh-huh.
Quentin Johnson, and then Addison, and then Zay Flowers. That's kind of how I would rank them.
I would agree. Agree.
Wide receiver, it's so difficult to, in my opinion, I think it's difficult to take a receiver in the first round because we've seen a lot of guys that get taken in later rounds have pretty damn good careers.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to be for sure. And JSN's the most solid out of them. I think we've been saying he's going to have an impact from day one. Quentin Johnson's second best just because of his ceiling. And then I'd say Addison just because of his playmaking. And then Zay Flowers, he's kind of got that hype around him. He had a pretty good combine. But,
Zay Flowers, recently, I mean, there's just been a ton of buzz around Zay. I think he spent 4 years there, so that's his knock.
You're also looking at a guy that plays ACC football, though.
ACC ball. Yeah, ACC fell off. Yep.
So.
Wow. 2 receivers. 3 receivers, 3 receivers in a row. So, Talk about a run, man. We might see Addison go here. It really wouldn't shock me.
No,
it really wouldn't shock me.
But I still think the smart pick for the Vikings, and I don't think you go Will Levis if you're the Vikings because he's too Kirk Cousins. He's too Kirk Cousins likes, man. There's nothing flashy about him. He's just your typical run of the mill average Joe quarterback in the league. You go get someone that is exciting, might remind you a little bit of your past.
Mm-hmm.
You get a Hendon Hooker, somebody who reminds you of a guy like Dante Culpepper, maybe. I don't know. I just think they stick with quarterback. That would be, in my opinion, what's probably best for them. You gotta be able to have a plan to move on,
mm-hmm.
and especially in a division where the Packers have been so dominant, and looking forward, they don't really look like they're going to be that dominant. So
I don't think so either. Yeah, I don't.
And you got to be able to compete in this division because the Lions got something brewing, and you know what? If Justin Fields turns out to be what everybody thinks he's going to be, dude. Watch out, man.
Mm-hmm.
Watch out.
Exciting.
I think they start to look forward, and I think Hendon Hooker is a great pro-ready quarterback. Just sucks that he got hurt.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I would have loved to have seen where this guy falls if he didn't get hurt. Yeah, because he was rolling.
Truthfully, he probably would have been the third best quarterback in the draft. Probably would have had a Richardson and Levis for sure.
After that Bama win, I mean, he was up there.
Yeah.
We were screaming from the mountains that he was Hemi.
Yeah.
Friggin' Hemi Neutron.
I'm still very interested to see how many tight ends get picked in this first round because we did have 3 tight ends being picked. We had Bayer going to the Jags, Dalton going to Dallas, and then we had Darnell Washington going to the Chiefs.
Yeah, I forgot about that one. I don't think we're gonna see 3. There's just too much on the board here left. There's no way the Chiefs don't take Nolan Smith if he falls on a guy like that.
Oh no, I agree. You
know what I'm saying?
You got to see who picks ahead of them.
Yeah.
One pick before him is the Eagles.
Don't say it. So, If those guys end up with Nolan Smith, I'm just gonna go place my future bet right
And
after this
Jalen Carter?
podcast.
Nolan Smith and Jalen Carter.
Yeah, I'm gonna go place my future bet on them to win it next year because that team is
You
ridiculous.
should place it now because it's probably going to happen.
That's
No,
crazy.
I'm kidding. I think the Bengals might snag them.
I mean, talk about something that I'm not sure has ever been. I mean, they're just loading up on straight up Georgia talent. That defense,
Well, if you think about it,
Nakobe
at the end of
Dean,
the day, you're
Jalen Carter,
picking,
Jordan Davis. If they get Nolan Smith,
it's not a bad like game plan. At the end of the day, you're taking the best players from the best team in college football, right?
Mhm.
So it's like if you were going to make a superstar, a superstar team in the NFL, you get to pick from any teams and all. You probably take a lot of guys on the Chiefs,
Yeah, no, I agree. Right, that they contain the talent. It makes sense. Production's production. Success is success.
You got a good
Still
bet
on the
taking
clock
anybody
here.
from Bama or Georgia. A minute.
This is crazy. I mean, they're really milking here. They're weighing their options. Do we do it? Do we really do it? And I'll keep it a buck, man. It's looking like if Will Levis doesn't go here, he's a second-round draft pick.
Well, like I said, I think there's a good chance the Rams will trade into the first round.
You think so?
Oh, yeah.
They won't let him fall back to like Las Vegas in the second. Man, Will Levis is going to the second round. That would be shocking. That would be shocking.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's Deontay Banks here, though. I would not be surprised if it was Deontay Banks.
That's another need. That is another need. Absolutely.
We did.
All these teams in the NFC North are loading up on wide receiver talent. Who the hell's going to cover?
Deontay Banks. We had him going. Where do we have him going? We had him going.
Was that Steelers?
Where was it? Where did we have him going? I think it was.
Wow. Pick is in for the Vikings
here.
Deontay
Banks going 17 to the Steelers, yeah.
Yeah, he's sliding a little bit. He is. If
you're the Vikings, though, I mean, if you really think you can get Hendon Hooker a little bit later or trade into the early second round, like go do that and get the best available guy you can right now. Mm-hmm. It makes sense, but at some point they're going to have to get a quarterback this draft.
This is interesting here. This is interesting. If I'm going to make my assumption, I think it's Addison.
It'd be a smart pick. Like I said, best available. If they really think they can get Hendon Hooker or Levis in the early second round, they can trade up and get into the early second round. You go get a guy like that. Why not?
Yeah, I think Addison's a guy that can produce.
The field more for Justin Jefferson.
Yep. Here we go.
Mm-hmm. There he is.
Jordan Addison.
Is that 4 straight wideouts now?
4 straight wideouts.
Wow.
And I will tell you, 4 great landing spots for him. 4 great landing spots. I mean, teams that have number 1 receivers, they're going to produce. They're going to be a little sidekick for now. Like we said, maybe the only guy that has that true number 1 receiver upside would be Q Johnson. Yeah, they picked up Odell, but long term, he might be Himmy. So, okay, Jordan Addison, man. Minnesota. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty. Jacksonville. Getting down into all these playoff teams now. Okay, will the rich get richer? That's the question. Do they make the right moves? This is a big pick. Big pick. Again, a team that's going to be gaining. Let's just call it. They're getting Ridley. Fresh legs, year off, gambling addict. at wide receiver in an already stacked room for the most part.
We have Michael Mayer going here.
Yeah, tight end. I mean, they love going through Evan Ingram. He got another year extension here. What are your thoughts on Jacksonville, I guess, for this season? Are you buying them?
They're going to win their division, so they're going to get a home playoff game.
Whoa,
right?
whoa, 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 whoa.
The Giants just traded up.
Giants just traded up. Giants
are. I wonder if they pick swap because it shows that they're picking at 24 and 25.
It looks no, they swapped. Yep, they swapped.
Okay. So for Jacksonville, I mean, they're going to win their division, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're going to get a home playoff game, so they're probably going to get to the second round and probably going to get crushed in the second round.
Yeah, it's tough. It's real tough.
The Chiefs are still the Chiefs. You know, the Bills are. It's sad because the Bills probably could have went to the Super Bowl last year if the whole DeMar Hamlin thing never happened.
Mm-hmm.
Would have ended up number one overall seed.
You're hosting.
You know, everything goes through Buffalo. Tough place to play.
Oh yeah.
That late in the year.
Oh yeah.
I mean, for right now, the AFC. Whew, I mean, you're talking. You know, Josh Allen in Buffalo, Joe Burrow in Cincinnati, and Patty Mahomes in Kansas City. It goes through those three guys.
It goes through them. No matter what, you got to face one.
You're gonna have to at some point. So, you know, if it just so happens to be Patty Mahomes and the Chiefs are number one seed, Buffalo Bills, you know, they're the number 2 seed, Joe Burrow's the 3, and the Jacksonville Jaguars get the 4th. They got to play those teams.
Mm-hmm. Tough.
So
they got a tough road, man. Bad timing.
Yeah.
Luckily, they've got their cornerstone quarterback. It's going to be with them for the next 10.
I will say, if you're into betting, you got a pretty good shot on betting on an AFC team to win the Super Bowl. I will say that.
Yeah.
I will say that.
I would agree.
More depth.
Whoever makes it out of the gauntlet, right?
Pretty good team, man.
That's a tough team.
Pretty damn good team.
So Giants are on the clock now. I'll tell you what, man.
Clearly, there's somebody they want if they moved up one spot.
I agree. I also think they missed out on these wideouts.
Yeah,
damn.
They needed help.
You're starting guys of the likes of Darius Slayton still. Sterling Shepard is coming off a knee. Wandale Robinson. No, because they just invested in Darren Waller.
That's true, yeah.
You just paid Darren Waller to play tight end. So maybe, I mean, you're going defense here. I would assume the wide receiver talent isn't there.
They're like, holy shit, Nolan Smith's still on the board. We'll do whatever we can to get him.
Yeah. They just went Kayvon Thibodeau last year. Put this guy on the other edge. That's a nightmare. When you got 2 that can get after the ball, shit. That's a nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, especially in the division that you're in, you need to be able to put a lot of pressure on the quarterback.
Yeah.
Playing Jalen Hurts twice a year and Dak Prescott twice a year.
Pick is in.
Yeah. So this will be interesting.
Pick is in. How do you like their outlook this season? Do you think the Giants last year, obviously a ton of momentum going into this year, right? Can they take a step? Do you think they can maybe win a wild card or no?
I mean, you kind of just said it. They needed help at wide receiver. They didn't get it.
It's crazy that they didn't address it. Like, I mean, I'm looking at. Let me pull up what they've done this offseason, but I want to say, like, how could you not address your biggest need? You just paid Danny Dimes huge money to produce, and you're just leaving him there stranded with mediocre talent.
Well, I mean, They kind of did it to themselves, though, right? There were a lot of games last year where Saquon played when he probably shouldn't have played, and they won those games, right? And ended up making the playoffs, and now they're in the situation they're in. They're picking 24th in the draft.
Let me jump in real quick.
Maybe middle teens.
They signed Paris Campbell. Holy shit, guys! By God.
You know, I get it. You got a job to do. You go out there every day, but you gotta. At some point, man, these GMs gotta step in and go, look, we're not gonna beat these guys. What are we doing? What are we doing?
I love it.
What are we doing?
I'm just envisioning the fucking meeting. You were all sitting there like,
we're not gonna
all right,
beat these guys.
What are we doing, sir? We're not gonna beat these fucking guys.
Like, man, they had so much hope last year. Like,
oh yeah, they were cloud nine.
There's always a team like this every year where, you know, they're riding momentum, and then they get to the playoffs and they get just absolutely smacked, right? Like, why did you even try in the first place? Like, NBA comparison, the OKC Thunder, right? What the fuck are they doing?
You're just active out there. For what reason?
Why? Continue to suck.
active.
You've got one of the youngest rosters in the league.
Pick us in here real quick.
Suck.
Pick us in.
It just drives me crazy.
Football hell.
Deontay Banks, there he goes.
Deontay Banks. All right. Address the cornerback. Like we said, we thought defense. Now that you didn't want to move up one more spot and secure a wideout, not the Bolitnikov winner. Oh no. No. You poor bastards. I don't know if any of you guys are Giants fans, but holy shit. Have fun. Danny Dimes going to be running for his life, and they're going to have to feed Saquon, and this will be carry number 3,400 for him, and you got a couple more years, and then that's it. Jesus Christ. How do you not address the wideout spot? Isaiah Hodgins, Paris Campbell, and Darius Slayton. Holy shit. That is terrible.
Oh, the Jags just traded again. They traded with Buffalo. So.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
What?
Don't tell me they're going to pair this guy up on the other side of Von Miller. This is getting sickening.
Oh, Nolan Smith? I originally thought that the perfect when we did this last week, I thought that the perfect pick for Buffalo was Torrance from Florida. He fits exactly what they need, and that guy is he's a monster, man. But I can't blame him for trying to take Nolan Smith. I'm assuming that's probably why they traded up.
Well, he's very rangy. Even if you didn't want him to play true edge, if you wanted to play him more off the ball, you gave up Tremaine Edmonds this offseason.
Yeah.
Big, fast, rangy guy. I'm okay with reloading here. Why not? It's been working for years.
Yeah. You get the same production at a cheaper rate.
And let's be real here. The Bills are competing for a Super Bowl. You need a guy that's going to come in and be able to produce early. This is the kind of guy you're looking for. Someone that's slipping in the draft. You're going to get back Von Miller. When this team had Von Miller playing, they were an absolute problem. When they lost him, they were missing their pass rush, and they were kind of getting diced up by some teams. They went from number one defense to average pretty quick. So I wonder what the details are on this trade. They've moved down twice. Are these guys freaking collecting?
Yeah, they just went from 24 to 25 and then from 25 to 27, which is interesting because I think a lot of, again, me personally, I think the best pick for the Jags is tight end. And the best pick for the Cowboys is also tight end. So they just traded behind somebody that's probably going to take, a similar position. It's the same position. So they must not really
be too high on
either.
Whichever one lands to us, right?
Mm-hmm. What do you think Bills go
the
here?
thing is, I'm curious, like you are though, to see what the picks were swapped, because when they swapped with the Giants, it was for like 5th and 7th round picks. Like, is that 7th round pick going to make your roster? No. The 5th round
that's what you saw. Did you get the details?
Yeah, when they swapped with the Giants, it was like 5th round and a 7th round or something like that.
Okay.
So it's like, really, is the 7th rounder going to make your roster? Probably
no,
not.
a 7th more than likely
the
won't.
5th rounder, maybe.
The 5th may. Sometimes you find a diamond. It's got to be a diamond that even sees the field to do stuff. So, yeah. I mean, hell, if you're not that high on any of these guys, fuck it, keep collecting. It's darts. It's just ammo. It's bullets. It's whatever moniker you want to give it. You're seeing what can stick for you. If you're not sure, I'm okay trading back. You don't want to fuck it up. That's the whole goal.
Yeah. Is there basketball on tonight?
Should have been, right?
There is.
What do we got?
Oh, shit. I totally forgot. The Celtics won their series.
Did they?
They won 128 to 120.
How embarrassing.
Is that the only game tonight?
Bucks. Yeah, I think that's it.
That's brutal, man. It just goes to show, though, that the game is called completely different in the regular season than it is in the postseason. Like, for me, Giannis is the Peyton Manning of the NBA. Amazing in the regular season, but can't get it done in the postseason. Like, the year he won, you can't tell me that he had a cakewalk to that one.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, every time he gets to the playoffs, you remember the series last year against the Bulls? Dude, who is this chick next to Will Levis? My God.
I'm sorry, I'm watching TV over here.
Same thing. But last year when the Bucks played the Bulls, you remember how many times Giannis was in foul trouble because he kept getting charge after charge after charge? Like, the game totally different. That it just goes to show he needs to evolve his game.
Yeah, he does. I mean, we saw flashes like a couple years ago. He added a 3 here and there. I just think, I'll tell you what, I think Chris Middleton is mid. I think he's mid. He's just a guy out there. I don't think he's as good as everybody thinks. I think he averages like 16, 17 this year. They're falling off, man. The East is tough. The East is a mother. Pick is in for the Bills, though. Pick is in. This is a huge draft pick. Huge draft pick. Because you got guys that carried near top 10 value. If Nolan Smith goes here, this is a steal. This is a steal for me. What do you got for me?
They take Nolan Smith? No. Dalton. Now I can see why they traded up.
Interesting. So this is the guy that was said to
Dallas
be.
Was going to get.
Yeah, he is the flex tight end in the slot. The guy that's going to play primarily. He's a receiver.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't show a lot of film of being physical in the run game. The interesting part is, alongside Dawson Knox, are we going to see a lot of 12 personnel with this team? I don't know, but
Dalton to replace Dalton.
Yeah.
Or no, my bad. That was That was what we projected.
Dalton Schultz.
We originally projected this guy going to the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Dalton to replace Dalton. So again, I can see why Buffalo moved up a pick ahead of the Cowboys to take this guy. So do we think now that Dallas is on the clock and Dalton's off, do we think they go Michael Mayer, or do they go Darnell Washington?
I think it's Mayer for
Yeah.
me.
Safer pick.
Safer pick. The value's there. But, Jerry Jones, man. I keep bringing him up. When the fuck is he going to get picked up? Nolan Smith looks exactly like Micah Parsons. Incredible speed. They both ran sub 4.4. Edge threats.
This guy's happy he's going to be catching passes from Josh Allen.
He's absolutely happy. Are you serious? That's a beautiful pick. I mean, does it really matter what they select? Sure, give Josh Allen another fucking toy. Give him another toy.
Yeah.
He'll be in it.
Joey Porter Jr. still on the board, too.
Fallen. Straight fallen.
How many picks we got left?
I think that's a done deal, Joe. I think Will Levis is soon to be a second-round pick. From what it looks like, we got 6 total picks.
Michael Mayer's pissed. He's like, how the fuck did someone go before me? I'm from Notre Dame.
Elitist.
Jesus.
Look at him.
I can tell you why they didn't pick you. Everybody behind you is white.
He looks like a young Kyle Brady. Fucking
diversify yourself, motherfucker.
What does Jerry want? Look at that room. It looks like the Death Star.
The Empire.
Do it. Give me Nolan Smith. Do it.
God, what a delusional fan base, huh?
Talk about the most uneducated football fan base. I mean, we're gonna win it all. You guys are dog shit. No, we're not.
Ask anybody that doesn't seriously watch football who they're a fan of, and they'll tell you the Cowboys.
I will tell you, the watch party looks more lit than Kansas City's. Maybe it's because they have 12 supermodels dancing on the stage.
Might be it.
Are they really going to go Mayor here? That's a hell of a comparison. I would agree, though. That's what he gives you.
Cowboy legend.
That's what he gives you.
Oh, my God. I hate these so much, dude.
You? Come on.
Comparisons.
Come on. You don't like them at all?
No.
Oh,
they never pan out, dude. I've seen
Johnny Manziel.
I've seen people compare Troy Smith to like Michael Vick or some stupid shit like that. Oh, it's terrible. Stop. I'm not saying it's an actual one. I'm just like that's an example.
Look at Jason Witten in a run game, just covering up bodies.
I gotta look up worst NFL comparisons.
Oh, I've read a couple bad ones. I don't think Mike Mayer is getting selected here. I'll be honest. It just sounds like Jerry Jones to steal a guy that's just falling. That's a super freak. I said the same thing about Micah Parsons. When he was falling, it's like, who's going to take this fucking guy? Who's going to take him? Jerry Jones, they're clapping. That means the pick is in here.
ESPN played Joe Montana highlights for an hour leading up to the Jared Goff draft selection. That might be the worst comparison.
Wait, what was that?
ESPN played Joe Montana highlights for an hour leading up to the Jared Goff draft selection. That might be the worst one ever.
I mean, are you going to cut Jared Goff some slack from this past season? Or is he a pretender?
No.
Does he go back to garbage?
They were comparing Dorial Green Beckham to Randy Moss.
Oh,
that
my.
fucker even in the league.
That is a hell of a
No.
name. Where did he play again? Did he play at Mizzou?
I think so, yeah.
I remember. They were
comparing him
like,
to Randy Moss.
I remember the hype around him.
God.
He got drafted late. He wasn't even selected early.
Brutal.
Randy
my
Moss.
God.
Randy Moss.
Dorial.
Because he was like the number one high school recruit in the country. At the time,
He
a
was
freak.
40th overall in the 2015 NFL
Where'd he
draft
go?
by the Titans.
Titans. The Titans. He played with, what's his name? Jake Locker.
Oh, that is so bad.
Hell of a team right there, huh? Hell of a team.
Here, look at some other ones.
Pick us in, Dally.
Laquan Treadwell was compared to Michael Irvin.
Oh, God.
That's
He was
another one
brutal.
I haven't heard in a while.
He was brutal. He was brutal. He did nothing.
There were comparisons between Jameis Winston and Michael Vick. Blake
Wow.
Bortles to Ben Roethlisberger.
Oh, I remember those big physical frame.
They took. Oh, fuck, that's it.
Mozzie Smith. Lay it on me. What do you think?
I still think tight end was probably the best pick for the Cowboys.
Mozzie
just-
Smith.
They do so much through that position. It's kind of crazy to think they don't have one right now. Like a solid one at least.
Yeah, no, I agree. Reliant on so much. They get involved in the run blocking, and yeah, it's crazy. And normally they would throw some like 12 personnel, 2 tight end looks, and I think it's that Hendershot and Jake Ferguson, like no namers are playing for them this year. It'll be something. Mozzie Smith. Jags are on the clock. Do they dare trade back again? Last 5. So late one. How long have we been on this? Just a quick 3.5. Jesus Christ. If you watched any of this, if you're here right now watching this on replay on YouTube, you better like the fucking video. Because this is 3.5 hours.
I still can't believe.
And we just watched Mozzie Smith go to Dallas.
I still can't believe Nolan Smith, dude.
Nolan Smith is falling. He is falling.
I still can't believe that one.
These guys went Josh Allen not too long ago. I don't think he goes there. Bengals might be an option. I would hate to see him go to the Eagles because that means I need to place a bet on them tonight. I like the Eagles if they get Nolan Smith. I do. I actually like the Eagles long term. I wish I could just like invest. Like, hey, Eagles, maybe 75% win percentage for the next 5 years. That's what I would say. Wait, is this a Transformers movie? June 9th?
I still didn't see the new John Wick movie.
Neither have I. Jags pick us in. They got a guy they like. Is this finally Joey Porter Jr.? Is this Nolan Smith? Looking at our mock, what are some guys that haven't been selected that we have on the board still?
Let's see. So Nolan Smith. Joey Porter Jr.
Nolan Smith, we had go when? That was
We had him going late. We had Nolan Smith going 18 to the Lions.
okay.
But Joey Porter Jr.,
Mm-hmm.
Nolan Smith. Hendon Hooker, Michael Mayer,
Mm.
Brian Branch, Cyrus Torrance, Miles Murphy at Clemson.
Wow. He's a big one.
Fancy went. Brian Brees, also out of Clemson. Darnell Washington from Georgia. And then Antana Harrison at Oklahoma.
Miles Murphy.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, we have him going 28 to the Bengals. But Nolan Smith's there. They would rather prefer to get him, I would assume.
Yeah. Yep.
Who's on the board right now? The Jags. So that's the Jags and that's the Bengals, right? Yeah, Jags and then the Bengals.
They go tight end here?
Unless they're going for best available. I mean, Osiris Torrance is still on the board. It's just I don't know how many teams need that role of
Mm-hmm.
and that he kind of fills right now. And I thought the Bills did, but they're just so focused on offense. I mean, it's kind of the go-to if you think about it in the AFC right now. It's like stack the hell out of your offense.
Just score.
Just score a shit ton of
will.
points. Just score a shit ton of points.
That's all it is.
So I could see the move for tight end over inside outside linebacker, but or a defensive end or something like that. So I could see it makes sense.
It does.
Justified. I mean, we had the Chiefs taking a tight end as well, getting even deeper at that position. So it's kind of
I think you almost start prepping for Kelsey. Because Kelsey and Mahomes aren't on that same timeline like people think.
No,
they're not. Kelsey's going to be 33 going into the season. That's an old man. Mm-hmm. Though he's still producing, obviously, at incredible marks. But
produced for a while.
Yeah. Will Levis.
Just making that offense even more explosive, man.
That's scary. Scary. But that's a team that also, they could use a premier pass rusher.
Dude, he's got a new girl every time I see this guy on camera. Holy shit.
That is interesting. And that's going to go viral because that is now the third woman I've seen on him. That is very interesting. What's more interesting? That or Nolan Smith might fall in the second round?
Anton Harrison, there he goes.
Wow.
So we did have him getting picked in the first round. We just had him being the last pick. So
yeah.
Look at this guy. He got that Rent-A-Center
that setup
lounger in the living room.
Yep. Yep. But he could pay for the interest on that one. Normally, you'd be crippled by Rent-A-Center. He good. All right. So we got a tackle going to the Jags.
Bengals got to take Nolan Smith, right? I mean, like, come on.
I do think we had Miles Murphy going here.
They're not picking the same way some of the other teams are, right? They're not picking to win their division. They're picking to win the conference, to go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, like, they're picking to go all the way.
They need to put pressure on Mahomes. They need to be able to put pressure on Josh Allen. I mean, Josh Allen, fucking guy's a turnover machine. You put enough pressure on him, he'll throw a pick and a fumble or something. So, I
like Nolan Smith.
We keep saying Nolan Smith every time, man. It just isn't happening. So it's like
he's so intriguing.
You know what? For me, I'm going to just
Miles
go ahead
Murphy?
and say this. I'm going to stick with our original pick of Miles Murphy.
Send it.
How about
Send
that?
it.
I'm going to stick with Miles Murphy.
Let's get on a roll here, huh? Let's give me a couple in a row.
Fuck.
What do we got? I gotta.
Fuck him. We'll go to the
Nolan
Eagles.
Smith would be a steal, Jesse said. Mizzou. Oh, he's talking about Dorial Green Beckham.
Oh, that was wild.
Shout out, Jesse. You're a fucking old head if you remember Dorial Green Beckham like us. Yeah. Take us in. Here we go. Hopefully it's Miles Murphy. Hopefully.
Here's the thing. We limited ourselves to one trade. If we would have done more trades, probably been a little bit more spot on. I mean,
Do you know I'm way off on these pick numbers?
When we talked about it, we kind of had a feeling there'd be around like five to six trades in the first round. So I think we're pretty spot on with that one.
A lot of action happened. A lot of action. Oh. I don't want to hear Riddick because, dog, just keep reading me a scouting report. That's all you do. I don't care.
What the fuck is Greeny doing there?
If I wanted to, I would have read the scouting report book.
Miles Murphy, come on,
Tigers stand with the Tigers.
help us.
Hell, but now it's a game. Now it's a game.
All right.
That's still the best ever. He wins the Natty, Ogeron. They pay him the bag. And then he gets caught in that scandal. And they go, listen, you're so bad. We want nothing to do with you. We're just going to pay out your contract. Leave. He goes, where's the door? Where's the door?
They took Miles Murphy.
Miles Murphy. How about it? All right. Would have won some money there.
One for the bad guys.
Would have won some money there.
Miles Murphy. Hell yeah.
Would Vegas be fun to go to for the NFL draft? I don't know. Would it be? You know what I mean? Are you able to gamble on every pick? That's the question, too.
I think you can gamble on what pick they're going to go.
Like range and shit? I think that's how it works.
Just like betting odds for each pick. Like, their odds to go number one or going to go number two or number three.
Mm-hmm.
Saints are on the clock, man. And Nolan Smith, here we are. Eagles could snake them.
Damn, we went through it.
I think the next two picks are going to be they're going to be, I don't know in which order. It's going to be Nolan Smith and it's going to be Brisset. That's how you say it, right? From Clemson.
Brisset, yeah.
Those are going to be the next two picks. Now, Nolan could go, Brisset could go to Saints. I just think that's going to be the next two picks, probably Nolan Smith and Brisset. Well, no, they're going to take because the Eagles aren't going to take Brisset because they took Jalen Carter. So
they took Jalen Carter.
The Saints are probably going to take Brisset.
They love interior D line.
We had them taking Cansey.
Did we?
At 29, and then we had the Eagles taking Brisset at 30, but obviously the Eagles don't need him anymore. So, I think most logical is the Saints probably take Brisset, and then the Eagles go Nolan Smith.
I gotta do it. I gotta be a man of my word, man. If they take Nolan Smith, I love the Eagles next year. I just love what they're building. He's an instant contributor.
And then
you don't think he's better than Robert Quinn?
Here's the best part.
My God.
You're talking about a team that I'm not talking about the Eagles, but there's another team that could have been
not on their level, but could compete with them this year if they had a good draft, and that was the Lions, right?
Yeah.
Not only do you take the two guys that the Lions probably should have taken, but after you take Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith, you go and you take Swift from them.
Oh,
and then
God.
You go and you bend them over.
Insert here.
no lubricant, nothing. You just say, "Hello, I'm here."
Dude, if they could finagle DeAndre Swift,
Dude,
it's over. Can you
They're
imagine
looking
him
for
out of the gun with Hurts? Oh, God.
they're gonna look for something. I mean, whether it's Dalvin Cook,
Bro, DeAndre
whether
Swift
it's
is gone.
DeAndre Swift.
DeAndre Swift is gone.
I just think DeAndre Swift makes more sense just from the fact that Dalvin Cook has shown that he can't stay healthy. He's a little bit older.
Holy
I think DeAndre Swift
shit.
makes the most sense.
Dude, I'll tell you what. I like DeAndre Swift over Miles Sanders in that scenario.
But I will say, Derrick Henry's still out there.
Yeah, I know. But, I mean, they kind of put that under wraps. Like they said, there's really not much buzz around Derrick Henry. Like I don't think
we haven't even started OTAs, so
that's true. I just think this Gibbs trade, nothing has been more clear. There's no way you keep 3 premier running backs on your roster. There's no way. So he's out. You just signed David Montgomery. He's out then.
It's crazy how Swift went from like.
I literally just traded from him in Dynasty.
Like top 3 running back, but I mean, like he was very solid in 2021.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, just man, he had a rough year last year.
Yeah, it's almost like smoke and mirrors. We're getting reports from the Lions. They're like, listen, Swift is in our plan. Swift is in our plan. You go out and draft fucking Gibbs at 12. What are you talking about? So, Gibbs is literally Swift. It's the same skill set.
David Montgomery, one of the highest contracts a running back's been given in the last how many years?
Yeah.
I mean, talk about overpaying.
Yeah.
Let's be real. Herbert had better production when he had the ball last year than David Montgomery did.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what they're doing. I mean, I wonder what they can get for Swift, though. What are you getting from him? That's something you can consider, too. It's like,
I traded him tonight.
I agree.
Give him to the Eagles.
How about
you don't
this?
think the Eagles would have taken DeAndre Swift for 30?
What if they take DeAndre Swift for 30 and they get Brissett?
They could.
There you go.
There's still time.
Pick is in for the Saints, though. We're on our last, 4? Home
3.
stretch here. Saints, what's your thoughts? Any predictions here?
I think it's going to be Brissett.
They're a win now team. It's a win now team. You just got David Carr. You're trying to win now. Man, their draft room looks absolutely dead. That looked dead.
Looks like a medical clinic.
It did, didn't it? It did.
You just hang out in the back office. Can we rent your space out today?
There we go. I'm surprised, man. The over-under of one bottle to hit Goodell did not hit.
It is Kansas City, though. They're pretty nice folks on this part. Brian Brissett, there it is. Boom.
Brian Brissett. We're calling it now. Now we're starting to get a little sharper here. Mm-hmm. That's a good pick. He's an animal. He's an animal.
No, not wearing pink, he is.
No, he. Did you hear about his story? His sister died of cancer.
Oh, no shit.
Younger sister, yeah. Or something like that. I don't know all the context. I'm sorry. I'm speaking out of terms here. She might be
still
dead.
Be alive.
She might still be alive, man. I just know that's something.
First the Make-A-Wish and now this.
Oh fucking god, she's dead. Well, I'm not entirely sure. Oh god,
Oh Lord.
that's funny as hell, man.
All right. Nolan Smith now?
This is an absolute banger of a pick coming up here. I just wonder if they can snag Nolan Smith. And they finessed N'Kobe Dean. N'Kobe Dean fell to the second round last year, I believe. Dude, that team is scary. Scary.
Damn. Man, the Eagles are about to have a great fucking draft
If they can make this happen. Yeah, if they can make this happen, it's a hell of a draft.
Jeez.
I guess, we're getting down to our last few picks here. It's up for debate then. Who do you think won this draft thus far? Would it be for you, Eagles, Jalen Carter at 9?
If they get Nolan Smith here, yeah.
It's a done deal.
They just completely filled exactly what they needed. Outside of that, I will say the Seahawks had a pretty good draft.
Devin Weatherspoon and Njigba. Hell of a draft. Hell of a draft. 2 premier talents. How about Anthony Richardson falling to 4?
Yeah,
to the Colts.
Interesting. Yeah, and I mean, obviously the Texans. They're not like you can't say the Texans had the best draft tonight because we have to wait to see how that pans out.
Mm-hmm.
Because if Will Anderson, CJ Stroud, they pan out, right? It's worth
Could be a huge
it, But if it fails, man, oh boy.
I'm gonna send you the link here for the first round. Just want to roll with you. Yeah, I mean, like you said, Stroud and Anderson, if they're both what you anticipate, which is premier pass rush and QB1, you killed it. Paris Johnson, the Cardinals trading down to 6, they gain a first. Huh. If you have
two first-round picks next year.
Yeah. That's really nice.
And I think that's the more I think about it, it was a good decision.
Think about this season in general because Kyler, right?
Yeah.
Kyler's out.
Just think about
for half the year, but
like who do you think they would be pretty interested in draft, like position wise? Who do you think they'd be pretty interested in drafting next year, like position wise?
I don't even know. I already know. It's Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if they can get 2 first-round picks next year, and they have a decent season, and they even land
that Houston's first-round pick.
Yeah. They're going to have a good chance to go get him. And truthfully, I think he's better than any of the receivers in this draft right now.
Oh yeah.
Way better.
I love him.
Better.
They said he's a top 10 pick if he came out this year.
Yeah. No doubt.
Already.
Yeah. No doubt. 1,000% he would have been gone the first 10 picks.
Mm.
So at the end of the day, if they land him next year in the draft, great draft.
Yeah.
Because that's what they really need. They need to get him.
Well, you're losing D-Hop now.
Solid number 1 clear-cut receiver. And I mean, that guy's going to have a
hell of a career. You already know. Again, this is stating the obvious. Some idiot on Twitter, I forget who it was, one of the NFL Network people, go, Marvin Harrison Jr. is a bigger, faster version of his dad. And it was like, I think you're stating the obvious. He's 6'3", 230. Like, I think we knew he's bigger and faster. But
piece of paper and form that fucking opinion.
I think it was like that Mina Kimes. Oh my
The
goodness.
pick is in.
Okay, Eagles. This is a big one. This is a big one. Could be
How many
winners of the
people do they? How
draft.
many people do they need in their fucking war room, man?
I mean, anybody that's been involved, I guess, right? What do you do with your sales associates? They come and be like, hey, no, you don't rally the troops? Get out of here.
I don't involve them in important decisions.
Man,
Go
Jalen
out,
Carter,
go out and get me the info I need. Come back and I'll make the decision.
Here's the thing. Looking back on that 9 spot, Bears traded it down to the Eagles, obviously, right? So it's like, if Jalen Carter is Warren Sapp, this sucks.
Yeah, but we filled an absolute need, man. It was.
I don't think the Bears won the draft like we thought they were going. I don't think they necessarily won it. I think it was very.
I don't think that we were ever gonna win it. I don't
think we got the guy we really wanted. I thought we wanted Paris John. I thought he was hopefully going to be there at 9. He wasn't, so we said, "Fuck it." We know the Eagles want Jalen Carter.
It's not
Let's
worth
trade back
trading
a
up,
spot.
though. It ain't worth trading up. I think.
No, I just think that everybody's shocked that the Cardinals took.
Yeah, no, for sure. We just traded spots somehow. That was weird.
We did?
Yeah.
What'd you click?
I didn't.
No, you did.
The camera went out and then it opened up.
You did.
No, I didn't. No, I swear to God, I didn't touch it.
I'll put you back. I'll put you back.
Oh, jeez.
What the hell do we got? What?
Oh, my God.
Who the hell is that person on the left?
Dude Perfect and Ronald McDonald are here.
Oh, I hate... Oh, God. That's the Hanson brother from Slapshot.
A bunch of 40-year-old men.
Donna Kelsey? What the hell are we doing anymore? What are we doing anymore? We just want to say we love moms everywhere. I don't give a shit right now. This is the NFL draft. This is the biggest pick of the day. The Eagles might win the draft right now. What are we doing? What are they saying? Are you listening?
No, I don't give a fuck.
You've already moved on to tomorrow. On to the next day.
I'm just wondering what the fuck Sully from Monsters, Inc. is doing on the stage right now.
Oh, Christ. It's a face melter.
Look at these douchebags.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
These guys are 40 years old filming videos of them kicking a kickball into a hula hoop, and they put it on YouTube when they're on the stage.
Donna Kelsey.
That's Sully. Nolan Smith. There it is.
They won the draft. I'm a man of my word. I'm going to place a bet on them future Super Bowl champs. Okay, it's a done deal. Are we in agreement? They absolutely murdered this draft. The Eagles absolutely murdered this draft. He can't. He goes, shit. I'm going to the Eagles. Come on now. Fletcher Cox, Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, Nolan Smith, Brandon Graham. What the fuck? Joe, watch this kid's film. Watch him get off the ball. My goodness. Ay, ay, ay.
Fuck.
This is the crazy part. The Bears have yet addressed D-line. Yet. They have yet addressed D-line. These guys have 5 guys that can play D-line. That's crazy.
I think all of our D linemen are gone. All of our first round D linemen are gone.
Wow.
Oh, poor Will Levis, dude.
Poor Will Levis. He's got 3 girlfriends.
It's a lot of alimony.
Oh, God.
Who fuck's this white guy at Nolan Smith's draft party?
There you go. Here's that image. Here's that thing. Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, Jordan Davis, Nakobe Dean. They got 4 guys
It's
from
crazy.
Georgia's defense. That's stupid.
Oh, God.
That's stupid.
Jesus.
Look at Jordan Davis. Holy shit. Oh, goodness gracious. Who let this happen? Everybody let this happen. You all deserve it. Every team deserves to get their ass kicked next season by them. You deserve it. You took a white linebacker from Iowa. What are you doing? Well,
The Lions.
You took a running back. You took a running back.
The Lions aren't thinking about winning the NFC, man. Like, how
right,
can I
so-
win the NFC North?
I don't want to keep you all night, so, while we wind down here, winner of the draft, in agreement, right, the Eagles. They killed it.
Yeah.
Loser of the draft, is it the Lions?
I would say, man, for them having the 6th pick originally, and then trading down to go to 9. I don't even think they got that much for swapping.
They drafted Gibbs at 12.
Not 9 at
12.
At 12, and then they picked again at
12 and 18.
12 and 18.
Oh.
So for dropping down to 12, man, I mean, they had clear, obvious needs. They needed to get a plug, right? They needed a plug. Jalen Carter was there. And they didn't take him.
There.
They didn't take him. I mean, I don't know whose decision that was. If it was Dan Campbell at the end of the day going, no, I don't want a guy like that on my program, yada, yada, whatever, right? But putting someone like that next to Aiden Hutchinson would have been
Jesse's bringing up the defense. I mean, Joshua, Hassan Reddick, Bradbury, Slay, Dean. They got a stacked team, man. That roster is stacked. It's absolutely stacked. Yeah. What do you think about this pick here? We got Chiefs 2 minutes. Homer's been waiting all day.
I think there's one team that we are kind of like skipping out on.
On what? Good or bad?
Terrible.
Really?
I think we need to talk about how bad of a pick the fucking Jets had.
Oh, that was brutal.
You just got Aaron Rodgers, and you go and take Will McDonald IV, an edge rusher from Iowa State.
Yeah, that was brutal.
That's pretty bad.
That was brutal. Again, inflated numbers in a league where they just literally sling it. So even if you were to look at his stats, they're inflated. Like, they don't value running the football in the Big 12. They don't give a shit. It's the last thing they care about. They're going to sling it.
For me, and I don't know. I don't want to say it's a bad pick. I'm having a hard time understanding the pick. Is the Bijan Robinson to the Falcons? I'm having a hard time understanding that one.
The Falcons' defense is stacked. They just went all out, invested in defense. I just think you're giving Ritter the go. They said they're going to give him the go. Get him a run game. They've got a generational talent at tight end. Kyle Pitts is literally a generational talent. You got a solid line, so let's just try to pound the rock. A little play action. You got a nice tight end. They still need help at receiver. They still need help. But you weren't going to reach that high, were you? No. So, talent-wise, Bijan Robinson is the best running back prospect we've seen since Saquon. Yeah. They're just picking based off talent. They pound the rock, he says.
I'm
They
not
don't
saying
even
it's
pass
I'm
on
not saying it's
third and 20.
I'm not saying it's a bad pick. I just think there are so many good players in this draft that going running back that early.
It's such an outlier. The crazy part is, like, Bijan is, and I love Jahmyr Gibbs, but Bijan's a different tier to Jahmyr Gibbs, and Jahmyr Gibbs went 12. That was such a reach. Yeah. Jahmyr Gibbs in the NFL is exactly what they drafted him to do. Yeah. He's a role-playing back.
So I'd say your best teams as far as draft goes today.
Chiefs pick is in.
It's got to be so far the Eagles.
Yeah.
It's got to be the Seahawks. I would say that they've had a pretty good draft today.
Seahawks had a pretty good draft, yeah.
JSN.
Yeah, that's a good draft.
That's pretty good draft so far.
Arthur Smith is 22 dive all game. Yeah, I mean that's what they're gonna do. That's what they're gonna do if they're gonna.
I'd say those are probably my two favorite drafts so far. And then I know it's an easy one, but like you can't discredit Carolina. Got Bryce Young.
Yeah.
So I would say number one so far is the Eagles. Number two would probably be the Seahawks. They had a pretty good draft.
Yeah, the Eagles killed it for me. I don't know how you fluff it up that bad as a Lions.
No, that's
unless you're getting some significant compensation in return for DeAndre Swift. I guess you're already having talks or something. I don't know, man. What are
you gonna get though for a running back in this league, man? Like they're
you're getting a fifth round pick.
No one's gonna give up anything crazy for a running back.
You're getting a fifth round. I mean, he was drafted in the second round. You're talking fifth round pick. He's young. There's still promise, obviously, but he's a running back with already some run on him. It's fifth round pick.
Unfortunately, yeah.
And he's been hurt, injury riddled. Pick is in.
Oh, these douchebags bringing out the trophy. Who fucking cares, bro?
Yeah.
Sweet.
All those bandwagon Chiefs fans. If you're a Chief fan, you know you're not really a fucking Chief fan. Get out of here. You're full of shit. Who's Trent Green?
Right? I was literally thinking his name in my head. Oh, God. Priest Holmes.
Like, do they even know the quarterback
Larry
before?
Johnson.
Who's the quarterback before Patrick Mahomes?
Alex
Clowns.
Smith.
They're clowns.
Felix. Not even going to try that one. Defensive end from Kansas State, huh?
Okay. Well, those fans are rooting like they know who he is, and they have no idea.
Before Alex Smith.
Before Alex Smith, Matt Castle.
It was Matt Castle, you're right.
Before Matt Castle.
It was Joe Montana. It's crazy to think Joe Montana was a Chief at one point. That's crazy.
He was. Wow.
Yeah, I don't remember when the Trent Green era ended.
It's not that late.
It was like
he doesn't butt up with Matt Castle.
Mid-2000s, I think.
Let's see.
Alex Smith had to got drafted in like 09, right?
Yeah, I want to say Alex Smith was like
not 09, like
06.
06. He's the same draft as Aaron Rodgers, right? 06.
Yeah. Yep.
06 or 07.
Yeah, he came out
like
same as I think Alex Smith came out with what's his name? But wasn't that a big draft? Was that Leonard Young Smith? Was that the same class?
No.
That was the next year. Chase Daniel, Matt Castle, Tyler Thigpen, then Trent Green. So Thigpen was your bridge.
Oh, damn. They got Bud Light sponsoring this event, huh? That's ballsy.
What's up with Bud Light, Joe?
You want to go into it?
I don't know what's going on. I drink Bud Light.
You notice how it's so cheap lately?
I haven't noticed any price decrease by me. Wait a minute, what's going on here? We got a band now? Is that it?
The Kansas City Queefs are having fun.
Are they not doing what's it called? Because the Dolphins don't have a pick? Is that it?
You have the last pick. It's 32. It's the Steelers. It's just since it was their pick, they get to celebrate, I guess. Although it's a pretty lackluster one.
So is this what they do? They go to the town where they won the Super Bowl? Is that what they do? I got 5% battery left, huh? Wow.
Osiris Torrance is still on the board, man. Brian Branch is still on the board. Michael Mayer is still on the board.
It's craziness.
Washington, Will Levis, Hendon Hooker.
Craziness.
It's crazy how some teams can just so blatantly ignore the needs that they have and draft. Complete opposite.
Yeah.
The fuck is going on here? The fuck is this?
Oh, they're showing that guy, Missouri, that DN, that nobody knows. The fans were like, "Yeah, we got him." You know who that is, or
who? We waited.
Well, I mean,
out in the cold for 4 hours.
They drafted a kid out of the state. I mean, he's a local kid. I get it.
There you go. Show me a Big 12 skill.
He doesn't. He looks solid. I mean, you're looking at a highlight film. It is what it is. Everybody looks great on highlight film.
Holy shit.
What's his comp? It's Reggie White. Right. How much more do we have? We have one more?
I think so. We're inching there, man.
Christ, who is on the clock? I got 5% battery. Are we going to make it? So, we got a winner, we got a loser. Again, being a homer, I just want to touch on the Bears. It is what it is. Like, I'm not thrilled. I'm not thrilled about it.
I am.
I think they got their second choice, honestly. They're going to tell you. They're going to tell you, listen, they're going to tell you, no, we wanted Darnell Wright. And I brought it up. I said, Joe, I honestly think they trade back and they select Darnell Wright. They didn't trade back far enough to where I would have thought they would have selected him. They were shocked. Paris Johnson went early. It is what it is. You got your second guy.
Yeah. But I will say, good on the Bears' part, because there's no way Philly does that trade with you if they don't think that you're going to take anybody but Jalen Carter, right? So good job on the Bears' part calling the Eagles and be like, look, we're taking Jalen Carter unless you offer us something.
Yeah.
Give us something. We're going to take Jalen Carter. We know you want him, right? I just don't see how that trade happens if that conversation didn't happen.
What sucks is
I'll give Poles it. I'll give him this one. I like the pick. We've been bitching about the O-line for how many years?
Do you think giving Philly Jalen Carter long-term helps or hurts you, though?
How often are we going to play the Eagles?
I know. I'm just saying. Listen, you're gonna have to go through them. We got a quarterback that's roughly the same age. They've got wide receiver talent that's roughly the same age.
How many of these long-term quarterback deals have panned out, though?
Yeah, I agree.
You never know. You just never know, right? You just got to hope that your guy's better than their guy.
Do you feel like your guy's better than their guy long term?
What, like you're saying, Wright versus Carter?
No, I'm saying Jalen Hurts versus
Justin
Fields.
You don't know. You just don't know. I mean, the Bears have to. They put so much into it that they have to, right?
Yeah.
They have to think that Justin Fields is going to be better. Me personally, like, I think Justin Fields probably has more upside than Jalen Hurts does.
Mm-hmm.
There's probably more. Like Jalen Hurts he's close to his peak, I would say. He's just so damn good. It's like hard. How do you see him getting any better? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But Fields, there's so much to improve because he's never.
That's it for the night. That's it for the night.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Oh, because he's never had the luxury of being able to sit in the pocket. So we don't know what Fields can do when you give him time.
Yeah.
And especially when you give him like skillful receivers. I mean, fuck, dude, the best receiver he's had since he's been here is Darnell fucking Mooney. Right?
I agree.
So
give him some time, give him the talent.
Right, you give him a whole off season where he can throw with DJ Moore, Darnell Mooney a little bit more. Why am I blanking on douchebag's name that we got from
Chase Claypool?
Chase Claypool, right? You get him an off season with those guys. Cole Kmet, I think there's good upside to Cole Kmet, but dude's got to grow a set. He needs to just fucking play football. God, he's so fucking annoying.
You want to know what Cole Kmet does? He's just active out there. Yeah. He's just active.
That guy's Draymond Green. He's Draymond Green out on the field. Just fucking runs around. I have hope. I like the pick. It's just interesting because there hasn't been a division that has had a consistent player for the past like 15 plus years, like the NFC North, right? You think of Aaron Rodgers when you think of NFC North. Like, can you go around to any other division and just think they've had this one guy for fucking 15 years. He's gone now, right? I'm very excited to see what happens this year with Aaron Rodgers out.
Thank God they don't have another guy that's like Himmy. I know people are like, oh, we got Jordan. Jordan Love's not it. People on the inside are saying they're so glad that it didn't happen last year because he was not ready last year.
Yeah.
At least they think he can go out there and manage a game now. So he's not it, but
no. I mean, it'll be interesting just the dynamic of the NFC North now without Rodgers because he's been there for 18 straight years and he's played for probably the last 15 or so, right?
Yeah.
There's literally no player in the NFL that's been on their team that long, that consistently. I mean, It was Tom Brady. He went to the Bucs and now he's retired.
So
there's no guy. You can't name one.
No.
You cannot sit here and go, oh, this guy's been with his team and he's been dominant for 15 straight fucking years, as dominant as Aaron within their division, of course.
Yeah.
As dominant as Aaron Rodgers has been. So the NFC North is an exciting conference again. Justin Fields, it's his. I think it's his conference to lose, truthfully, at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I know the Lions are good, but at the end of the day, they're still the Lions, and they had a shit draft. There's a lot of holes in that team right now. So
yeah,
at least on the defensive side.
This was a very interesting draft, man. A lot happened. We went over winners, losers. We reacted to everything. Holy shit, we're going on 4 hours and 15 minutes. Man, if you stayed here the whole time, I will tell you this. Come back next time. It's going to be a fourth of the length of this thing. It's going to be fantastic. We got some great topics coming up. We just want to chop it up with you guys, talk some shit. But this was a great draft. Excited to see some of the moves that happened post-draft, like we talked about. DeAndre Swift, Hopkins, all these different rumors. This will be neat, man. This will be really neat. Anything else? Any words of wisdom you want to drop on these bums?
Get yourself 3 bitches like Will Levis, man. He's got 3 beautiful shoulders to cry on tonight.
That might have been the talk of the. I got to hop on Twitter after I get off of here.
That's my recommendation.
Just to see what people.
If you're going to show up to the draft and not get picked, at least bring some beautiful looking women that can make your night a little bit better. That'll be my recommendation to you. This guy got a fucking invite to the draft and then get picked. Holy shit.
Oh my God. Horrible. Even worse than Tebow. Like, this is brutal. He was expected to go arguably top 4. Wow. Wow. All right, guys. That's it. We're going to cut this off. We'll let you guys go. Shout out. We'll see you guys next time. Peace.